Hey everybody, how are we doing today? I'm gonna go. So I'm still getting over being sick. As soon as I got back from LA, I was sick as shit, and so now I am. I am back for now, and I am going to go put on some tea. I have my cup here, and then yeah, I guess we'll talk. All right, everybody. How are we all feeling today, huh? You know what? Going into tonight, feeling strong, feeling strong, feeling good. At the top of my game. Dustin the Dam, thank you very much for subbing. 9 months total. Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's as you'll see, I am not done up at all today, and I do apologize for being super sniffly. But I need to get my stream hours up. I need that stream money. I just There we go. Okay. Yeah, Kinetheus, you're pansexual? Congratulations. Yeah, it's been a day because what I wanted to do originally today was go over, because it's been a year, right, since my infiltrating a hate church video dropped. That was at the end of last June, and since then my life has changed drastically. Like, I am in a place I never thought I would be, which is making content full time, and it is all due to you wonderful people. I'm surrounded by just incredible content creators I never like imagined would know who I was. Like Stephanie Sterling just followed me on Twitter. Cody Johnston just followed me on Twitter. Like, I don't know what to do with that information, but it happened. Cat, god damn it. Ow. I'm wearing shorts and Cat just clawed her way up my leg. Do you want to say hello to the people? Is that what you want? My grumpy little baby. She just looks grumpy. She's not actually grumpy. She's purring right now. Um, Blair Blahagenjoyer, I would love to be on the Some More News podcast. I would love to, like, I would love to collab with, I'd love to collab with a lot of people. There's a bunch of people. We are actually really close to starting a hype train already. And thank you. It's actually the top part. I have a kimono kind of slip cover, and then a shirt under it. Yeah, we're gonna, give me a second. Oh, she's getting so comfy, and I have to kick her off because I gotta go get my tea. All right, sorry, cat. You gotta go. I love you. Oh, she's purring hard. You want pets and loves. You want pets and loves. I love you. Yes, I do. All right, get off. Scooch. Go. Hey, lady, leave your sister alone. How are we feeling? Andromeda 31, feeling, Coyote Gunner, America's going to have its own Night of the Long Knife sooner rather than later, and I, for one, am ready to take a stand against the fascists. We're going to talk about that. Mr. Oakby, thank you for resubbing. Thank you, Swain, for the 100 biddies. And Saipozoa, thank you for 3 months. Hey. Yeah, Italian Shakespeare. Oh, I did not see that. That's very funny. That's very funny. The Hawk Tua meme, which is so dumb. Like, it was, here's the thing. Here's the problem. All right, hot Hawk Tua take from me. The fact that the Hawk Tua girl, that was actually a very funny thing to say. Right? Like, if you were hanging out with your friends and one of them busted that out completely unprompted, very funny. As a meme, incredibly forced. Like, it's a funny, goofy thing that is like, that feels like an in-joke between a friend group, but the way people immediately tried to, like, spin it into, like, I don't even, like, here comes Dat Boy, like, just fucking the weirdest. Like, it was so forced. So forced. Yeah, it's not meme material. Like, it doesn't have the sauce. It doesn't have the juice. Like, I feel like a good meme template needs to have versatility. Like, you can apply it to almost anything, right? Like, it can be darker, it can be lighter, it can be, like, political, it can be satirical. Like, there's so much there that, and that Hawk Tua is, it's just talking about a blowjob. Like, it's not that funny. Or it is funny. It's not that memey. Oh my gosh. Yeah, sorry. I am incredibly snotty today. I'm actually clearing out, but my head, I still have a lot of, like, sinus pressure and congestion up here. Oh my goodness. We are at 1% of a level 2 hype train. If anybody wants to give some stuff. Yeah, so as I was going to say, I don't know how we want to tackle this, because I have a couple topics I want to tackle tonight, and I think we're going to save the hate church video for last, because I've been keeping an eye on the hate church fairly often, and this month I've been waiting for them to do a video, like a specific video. And thus far, they've really underdelivered. Like, they did not hardly do any talking about reprobates or sodomites. I think they're afraid to do it, honestly. As much as they like to position themselves as like, oh, we're not afraid and we'll preach the gospel and all this stuff. They haven't really talked at all about it. Now, this was until yesterday when, yeah, because today's Monday. So yesterday, they dropped a banger. One of the most unhinged, rambly, yapping, stupid, insipid sermons I've ever seen. It is it's really an all-timer. Like it's an all fucking timer. I am so I'm excited. I watched half of it and I'm excited to watch half of it with y'all, or the whole thing with y'all. Zolroyce, thank you very much for subbing for 10 months. God, I can't believe I've been doing this that long. Italian Shakespeare, I think they go out of their way to not talk about me. Goodness gracious. But I'm going to save that for last. And here's my problem, is that obviously the Supreme Court thing takes precedence today. Pun not intended. I don't know how we want to go about doing that, because I want to, I guess we'll have to start with that, right? Because that's like the big thing. And I also need to talk about, what's going on in schools, because really after the CPAC video and the Project 2025 video, what we're seeing start to trickle into schools and what we're seeing on the Supreme Court are like this. Like they are hand in hand. They are not isolated incidents. Death of Atari. Damn. Somebody didn't like the 2010 Alone in the Dark reboot. 2010? 2008. 2008 sounds right. Monkish life feels a bit like we are in the eye of the storm. That feeling of nowhere to run. Hopefully that feeling with past friends. I don't know if it will. Honestly. It's yeah. Part of it is I also just kind of wanted to be here with everybody and be here for everybody and have everybody be here for each other. Because I know a lot of people are going to be doom posting and doom scrolling about this, which is fair because it's fucking rough. But I want to go through what was actually said. I want to go through Biden's response. And AstroCore, yeah, kinda. Like see, because for so long, leftists have been told by liberals, by centrists, that like, oh, you're being so hyperbolic. It's not really that bad. Oh, you're talking about things that aren't going to happen. That's a worst case scenario. And the amount of things that are unprecedented, which in legal terms, unprecedented means there's not a precedent for it. It has not happened before, so it cannot be judged. The amount of unprecedented things that continue to happen, it just keeps increasing to more detrimental effects. And right now, it feels like setting up a pile of dominoes for Trump's next presidency. Like that is really the hard thing I think everybody's having a hard time with, because we have spent 4 years without Trump, him getting investigated, brought up on all these charges, right? And now that he's actually like, he was never going to see the inside of a jail cell. Like at best we could have hoped for an Epstein thing where he would have gotten like house arrest or whatever, but like he never would have actually seen it. But now that he is actually brought up on proper charges, found guilty by jury, he's able to slip through the cracks once again. And Biden has done nothing to prevent this. Like The Democrats had here's how you know the Republican Party line about, oh, the Democrats, they're going after their political opponents, is all bullshit. The Democrats had 4 years. If they really wanted to, on day one, they could have said, if you've been accused of a crime, if you've been charged or found guilty of a federal crime, you're not eligible to be president. Still hasn't fucking happened. Because the Democrats, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kamala Harris, have been far too interested in upholding the precedent. Upholding these rules that I feel like everybody else is kind of finding out are arbitrary. The rules are based on the fact that nobody's broken them before. Like, when push comes to shove, when you're dealing with this level of power, the rules aren't there to protect us. The rules are only there because nobody's broken them yet. So what good is it to have a party that is like, oh no, the rules are sacred. The rules, we have to stick by the rules. The rules are important. We have to abide by the rule of law. When the other party is saying, no, we're going to fucking kill you. We're going to take our revenge. And this is part of the domino effect that I'm talking about, where it feels like it is all being set up. Like, what should have been a fucking slam dunk for the Democrats feels instead like they are purposefully, like, fucking it up. Almost. Like, it is a perfect storm of stupidity, where they are not having somebody who just had a dog shit debate performance drop out. They're oh yeah, no, we got to stick by Joe. When every major news outlet, every Democrat talking head on TV, every fucking centrist Lib Dem, even though they're still like, oh yeah, no, we gotta riding with Biden. Like, even though they're still saying that, they've all been saying, fuck, man. Like, can we get Kamala in there? Can we get something? Like, but no, they're going to stay the course. They're going to stay the course. And that's just one domino, right? That's one domino. Put it right there. You have the social attacks, things like QAnon that kind of dissipated and fractured into 1,000 other tiny little reactionary movements in the last 4 years. Shit that the Daily Wire does. Going to, like, local schools and elementary schools and convincing people of drag queen story and how they're coming for your kids, and then tying that in the minds of people into, oh, it's Marxist, it's communist propaganda. That's another little domino there. And this is another little domino that we put right there. And then all of these things, they just form this continuum that feel like when November comes, it's just, all it's going to take is a little flick, and it's all going to topple down. CD Bar, we basically have no free will with the choices we're given. Yeah, I mean, like, that was what started my, you know, if you want to call it a journey to radicalization. I don't consider myself necessarily a radical, but whatever. That was what started my trip down where I'm at now. The idea that, like, oh, okay, well, nobody liked Hillary. Why was she still running? Like, Trump, objectively evil, right? And then Bernie Sanders. Like you cannot... The amount of fucking centrist Lib Dems who tried to make the Bernie movement look like a just pack of howling hyenas, when Bernie was destroying in every fucking measure. At the polls, in interviews, he would go on fucking Fox News, talk to an audience of Fox News people, and just sit down and talk with them and convince them of Medicare for all. Like, then COVID happened. And the Democrats didn't give a fuck. And Bernie did. And that caused him to lose out. And then all of a sudden, oh, it's funny how Joe Biden, this entire fucking race, has been in 5th place in every goddamn major poll. And then, oh, heck, he just gets in. Like, no, we've never had a real choice in that sense. And it's just been, like, the last 4 years have been even more detrimental because it has been nothing but the Democrats doing a lot of the same shit that conservatives would have done with a nicer sheen, with a better smile on their face. Like, Joe Biden is still fucking exporting and arresting mass amounts of immigrants. He's done fuck all for trans people and trans healthcare, like all the shit. Never got that student loan debt paid off that was promised. Like, functionally, it's been different than a Trump presidency. But the problem is that while Biden and Trump have been largely ineffectual in many ways and continue to also, give billions of dollars to Israel, which Trump would do as well, by the way, don't get me wrong. Why they've been largely ineffectual, they've also not done any interference or offense. So you've had this entire time, the entire cadre of right-leaning media going out of their way to portray Biden as a communist dictator, as an evil agent of the globalist regime. Like all this Alex Jones shit that is now just taken as fact. Like it's been 4 years and people still want to talk about how Biden's coming for your guns. Like, are you fucking... But whatever, the Dems haven't done anything to stem the tide of that misinformation. So, why would anybody be surprised if more people end up voting for Trump? Like, they've had 4 years to spread that shit, and Democrats have done fuck all with it. Green Ghost 2008, thank you for $2. What about Jon Stewart for president? I don't know if Jon Stewart would want the job, honestly. Like honestly, fuck it, whoever. Not whoever. I would not want DeSantis. I don't. I think DeSantis is the other just craven, fish-lipped, eldritch goon who goddamn just is craving that amount of power. But yeah. Rubber Freak 66, well, what do we do now if we don't have a choice? How does this come to an end? Is our choice of leader just a spiral in stairway into Hell's Pit? Maybe. Like that I think is the... Because my first thought when this ruling came down, and let's read what the ruling actually is real quick, right? Justice gives presidents immunity for official acts further delaying Trump's trial. Now here is why it's going to give it... This just feels like entirely engineered to continue delaying Trump's trial until the election, when of course he's going to be able to pardon himself if he wins. Donald Trump is immune for prosecution for official acts as president, but can face trial for private conduct. A divided Supreme Court ruled Monday, declaring a broad new definition of White House power that must stand for generations and will further delay Trump's election interference case in D.C. The 6-3 decision along ideological lines make it highly unlikely that the 45th president will go to trial on charges of trying to subvert the 2020 election before voters cast ballots in this year's presidential contest, in which Trump is the presumptive Republican nominee. Due to court procedures and the particular way in which the decision was rendered, the lower court will probably not be able to resume work on the case for 32 days. God, I fucking love paying taxes for this, man. We have what, 6 months until the election? 5 months? And just a month of it is just delete. Can't make progress on it. It may be with a significantly whittled down set of evidence. The High Court specifically barred prosecutors from using one swath of evidence in any such trial: Trump's conversations with Justice Department officials after Joe Biden's 2020 election victory. The majority of the court also signaled that other significant parts of the prosecution case could be tossed out. Fucking owns, dude. Like, the direct evidence they had of him planning and interfering cannot be admitted as evidence. It's so fucking cool. Oh, it's so rad. A president may not be prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers. He's entitled, at a minimum, to a presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. Why? Why is a president entitled to presumptive immunity? I don't see any fucking reason that should be the case. And here's the distinction that people are making, right? And because you'll see centrists and you'll see a lot of people and naysayers out there being like, oh, well, it's not that bad. You libs need to read it. You're getting all bent out of shape over nothing, because the president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. The president is not above the law, which is saying the president is not above the law is kind of hard to square for immunity from prosecution for his official acts. So what this is doing is it is sending this down to a lower court to determine, sending Trump's case now down to a lower court to determine what is or isn't an official act. Again, it just feels like a massive stalling tactic, but it's also a stalling tactic that establishes a horrifying precedent. Let me see if they have what Sotomayor said. Yeah. Sotomayor read from her dissent on the bench for nearly half hour on the final day of a momentous term that ended with sharply divided rulings. Quote, "In every official use of power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent." Yeah, let me pull up another thing real quick. Necro-esque, oh my goodness, thank you for, how many tier 1 subbies is that? Gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for Tweaker on the 360, DJ Poppy, Lawilla, Scouse Roar, and Zoit's Robin. Thank you so much for that, Necro-esque. Also, let me read some super chats real quick. Pit Pride, thank you for $10. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Pit. Lady Merlin, thank you for $4.99. Counterpoint on Biden not doing anything for trans people. He did make an executive order that gave trans people rights under Title VII. I suppose. Like that. All right, so that's that one. I want to get, see if I can find Sotomayor's. Let me actually just look up. Okay, here we go. So here's what Sotomayor said, Supreme Court Justice. Coyote Gunner, any thoughts on the ideological split between Gen Z men and Gen Z women? No. I mean, aside from like a large contingent of Gen Z men, straight cis men, suffering from just like media brain poisoning, I think there's something about the way men are raised in society that they are more susceptible to like Andrew Tate manosphere type bullshit, but that is a whole separate conversation, which I actually may or may not be doing a video on. So, from Sotomayor, today's decision to grant former president criminal immunity reshapes the institution of the presidency, makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law. I have been stepping away from this article for a second. On my Project 2025 video, where I talk about and sum up the Trump plan to already subvert democracy, I've been talking about this for a while, right? And so many people on the Project 2025 video have commented saying, well, that's why we have checks and balances. Trump can't just do this. Even though we've talked about the precedent that was set with the thingy, god damn it, it's not coming to mind now, but the thing that Reagan did, that they can interpret the power of the president to subvert the legislative branches. God, I can't remember what it is right now. If y'all know what I'm saying, the fuck. If y'all remember the name, I'll find it in chat. Executive. I want to say executive dysfunction, but no, it's the unitary executive theory. That's what it is. Fuck, got it. Yeah, under the unitary executive theory, which basically says that Trump gets the final say over like federal agencies and stuff like that. And I've had so many people saying in the comments that like, oh, well, that would never happen. It's like, it's fucking happening right now. Like we are literally watching the consolidation of power. And again, remember when I was talking about the dominoes at the beginning? We are watching the consolidation of power, setting the stage for a totalitarian takeover. And every time, like, goddamn, every time somebody is like, oh, you're, because I for a long time, I've tried to be really pragmatic about a lot of these things and the measures that people take and the way they talk about them, right? Because I'm not a fear-mongering person. It is not really in my DNA. I have nothing to sell people. I have no real reason to catastrophize. And I really try and always take a step back and look at things. And you know, it's not all doom and gloom. But how many times can you take a step back and realize that, again, like I was saying earlier, these unprecedented things keep fucking happening. They keep raising the stakes. They continue to do things unabated. Like, of all the crimes Trump has done, and granted, every president is a criminal. We know this. Every president has engaged in illegal black ops or drone strikes or like fucking whatever. That's not new. What is new is the blatant way that Trump has gone about flaunting that criminality. And if there is literally no consequences for him, then what's to stop him from doing something worse? Like, if he can get away with the attempted coup, whatever you want to call January 6th, if he can get away with essentially inciting a riot, I don't go as far as attempted coup. I think that's a little heavy. I think inciting a riot is a way you can say that. Where is that line drawn? Especially when you consider all of the things he has advocated, all the things he supported, the things he retweets over on Truth Social. Go and listen to, if you have not yet, I need people, this is why I went to CPAC. The entire reason I went to CPAC was because I knew this election, this year, is pivotal in a way that we have literally never seen before. I didn't know all this shit would happen, obviously, but you can kind of feel it in the air that some shit was going to happen, right? And when I was at CPAC, you heard this rhetoric being used over and over again. Explicitly violent rhetoric. The things I captured on video, the things that the crowd reacted strongest to, was all but calling for the blood of their ideological opponents. Like, anytime there was the illusion of a threat to violence, doesn't matter if it was locking people up, doesn't matter if saying we will get our revenge, doesn't matter if it was saying that people are going to be tried for treason, which the punishment for treason is death. It got the most rabid, ravenous reaction from the audience. And there is an entire group, I mean, centrists, Democrats, you know, like middle of the road, even conservatives, who do not engage with this side of American politics, and they do not understand what is actually taking place. My cat is inside my little kimono thing. Oh, hello. That's very cute. She has nuzzled her head up inside. That is so adorable. Okay, you can stay there. Star Vagrant, do you think abstaining from voting could possibly send a message to the U.S. government? Believe me, I don't want to support anyone that's complacent with Israel's never-ending genocide of Palestinians. No. Because here's the real problem. At the end of the day, it is... Cat, do not... What are you doing? What do you... Stop it. Okay. At the end of the day... Cat... Okay, now you gotta get out. You're being a butt. You're being a butt. You gotta go. I love you. Be gone. I forgot what I was gonna say now. Thank you, Cat. Yeah, it's the Democrats don't care. Like here's the problem. I think there are people even on Capitol Hill who do not understand the gravity of the situation, who believe so much in their they go low, we go high. They believe so much in the idea that they are the morally superior, the justified ones, simply by nature of being nice, by appealing to voters. They don't understand that their ideological opponents will do anything to appease their base. And their base literally want blood. Like, this is a big problem with, again, these ideological undercurrents that have been allowed to fester and splinter, like QAnon, which I know I keep talking about. Q as an organization, like Q hasn't posted in a long time. QAnon is not a relevant group. But Q and the anti-mask mandates and all of these groups that were organized and related together, they all shared the same militaristic edge. The same idea that a global cabal was coming for you and your children, that you have to be ready to fight. Like, that's the entire narrative about Q is the Great Awakening, when everybody's going to rise up and we're going to drain the swamp and kill them all and take them all out. Like, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people believed that shit. Still, many still do. There are still fucking Q posters on Twitter. Oh yeah, no, they'll still blame leftists if Trump wins, like, because there are people who are safe and comfortable on the left, right? That's what I mean. Like on Capitol Hill, like think of like Hollywood style elite, right? Where broadly, yeah, they're left. They might believe in some stuff, but they probably won't be out on picket lines. They're probably not going to be risking much of their career for Israel, Palestine. But I mean, like, what is the... So let's go and look at, because there's a second part to this, right? connecting my headset real quick. So let's watch our brilliant leader's words on this. Now, the precedent by the Supreme Court, and people have been joking all day, like, oh, what if Joe Biden ordered the assassination of Trump? Like, in a perfect world, Joe Biden won't. But, take it back a couple steps from that even. What if Joe Biden said, Trump isn't, I'm gonna pass this as an official act. Trump can't be president. Like, felons can't be president. Huh? Like, is he gonna? Fuck no. I haven't watched this yet, but let's watch our brave leader, the leader of the free world, everybody. Why is it not?
Office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly.
Why no? Oh. Cool.
Test your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face. The presidency is the most powerful office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that can test your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the presidency. This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation, from gutting voting rights and civil rights, to taking away a woman's right to choose, to today's decision that undermines the...
Mind you, all of these things he's complaining about, as president, he could do an executive order. Like, people have been talking all day, and he could try and stack the courts. He could try and get 3 Democratic justices on there. 4 Democrat, 7, like, fuck it. He could do something. Something.
The rule of law of this nation. Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police, the ransacking of the Capitol, a mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it was one of the darkest days in the history of America. Now the man who sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol is facing potential criminal conviction for what happened that day. And the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know the answer about what happened on January 6th before they are asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely. It's a terrible disservice to the people of this nation. So now the American people will have to do what the courts should have been willing to do, but will not. The American people have to render a judgment about Donald Trump's behavior.
Unfucking believable, dude. The president gets news that anything he does as an official order, which include executive orders, I'm assuming. Like if the idea of Trump giving a speech, if that's enough to waffle on, like, oh, is that an official order? Like, I would assume executive orders count. He gets that news. And his response is, well, this is truly unprecedented, and this is a dark time for our nation, and this is, rolling back hundreds of years of progress and leaving our entire democracy at risk. And I, as president, am saying, you know what? We should just vote. It's up to you, America. And again, here's the thing, that ideological divide that the liberals and the centrists do not fucking process. The right wing has already made Biden out to be a dictator. Like, they have already tried to make him out to be an authoritarian, which is the same exact shit they pulled with Obama, by the way. Like, this has just been their post 9/11 playbook.
The American people must decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the land. The American people must decide if Trump's embrace of violence to preserve his power is acceptable. Perhaps most importantly, the American people must decide if they want to entrust the president once again, the presidency, to Donald Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it.
Oh, now he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases. Joe! He's a felon now. He's been found guilty and charged with crimes. You better not do anything about that. Unfucking believable. I'll be right back.
You know, at the outset of our nation, it was the character of George Washington, our first president, to define the presidency. He believed power was limited, not absolute. And that power always resides with the people. Always. Now, over 200 years later, with today's Supreme Court decision, once again, it'll depend on the character of the men and women who hold that presidency that are going to define the limits of the power of the presidency. Because the law will no longer do it. I know I will respect the limits of the presidential powers I have for 3.5 years. But any president, including Donald Trump, will now be free to ignore the law. I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
Great.
So should the American people dissent. I dissent. May God bless you all, and may God help preserve our democracy.
Like, we are being led by the most craven, ineffectual dullards. bolstered in their stupidity by a gerontocracy we refuse to dismantle, an entire elite class warring over power when they have no idea what the middle class and lower classes of America have to deal with. And like, because here's the real like the scary thing, because I've seen a lot of people talk about it, trans people, queer people. The thing is that at the topmost level, outside of polling numbers and how issues go, a lot of voters generally don't care about things like trans rights issues, right? But there is a rabid portion of the base that is pushing that shit, right? Trump, and I've said this before, Trump, I do not think he legitimately gives a fuck about trans people. Like negatively or positively. I do not think it crosses his mind. Except in terms of, what can I promise people so that they'll vote for me? Well, I can promise them we'll get indoctrination out of our schools, right? And he's not going to actually ever sign anything about that. But the people under him will. The psychopaths, like fucking Stephen, who's the that bald fuck, Stephen Miller. Yeah. Thank you, Fatally Bored. That Steve Bannon, but Stephen Miller is a absolute goddamn lunatic who oh, thank you, Mr. Nothius. We talked like 2 weeks ago, but since then I've binged a ton of your content. I thought you were insane for watching Alex Jones. Keith Webb, you're actually a legend and fighting the good fight. Thank you so much. Bratty Sucky Boy, hey there. Araya the villain, how do we not just doom spiral from how bad this looks? I mean, here's the thing. On a local level, things are going to be different than at a federal level, right? And when I say that is that, like, the day after Trump's inaugurated is not going to turn America into a Mad Max wasteland. But any collapses that were to happen in a worst case scenario will be on those levels. So what you can do is to stay prepared, to make connections, to organize and find other like-minded people. I want to be clear, I'm not like talking about like militia shit in the woods. I am saying make sure that if you think you are in a place that will be in danger, like if you seriously think that there are people around you, if you're in Florida, if you're in Louisiana, anything like that, have a contingency to move somewhere else. Make contact with other trans people. I'm assuming the person I'm talking about is trans or queer. Because you want to know the really fucked up thing? Like here's the truly deeply fucked part of it. For most people in America, people who are straight, people who aren't trans, people who aren't people of most minorities, another Trump presidency, at least for the first couple years, will likely not feel that different. Like here's the really fucked up part, because all of this has gone so slowly. In the grand scheme of time, not that slow at all. Like we're 8 years into what could end up being Trump's rise to power or whatever the fuck. Well, Bratty, not necessarily, Because as we're talking about here, Brady's saying if he wins, at least he can't run again. He's joked about getting rid of term limits to crowds of adoring fans saying, oh yeah, we want 3-4 Trump presidencies. Yeah, which, like, of course, he absolutely would. He would. It is contingent upon one another having each other's back, finding and helping with networks of mutual aid. And that's not just for protesting. Get involved in local community gardens, in charities. Get to know the people around your city and your town. Like, I feel like that as a microcosm, that is why we have so much fracturing in America to begin with. Is that you don't, how many people in your city do you know? How many people, organizational groups, protest groups, are you in contact with? I'm willing to bet a lot of them in my audience, hopefully. But Irish DC, thank you for 200. Is that shamrocks? Thank you for 200 shamrocks. Honestly, I think the left bears some responsibility for not uniting, not as in Vote Blue, but coming together to form an actual leftist party. Yeah. Instead, they keep fighting amongst themselves or minor disagreements while the far right has put theirs aside, joined together, resulting in Project 2025. Part of that is, it's the problem of, like, liberal centrism, of not wanting to push things too far. Like, you don't want to upset the status quo too much. Like, and that is the organizational movement that worked against Bernie Sanders. Like, Bernie Sanders, what Sanders advocated for was broadly popular. Because when you explain things in simple terms to people, yeah, you should be making more money. Yeah, you should be able to afford health care without having to take out a second mortgage while still being able to put your kid through college. Do you know how much money Jeff Bezos makes every day? Every minute, every second? Like, these are commonalities that reach across party lines, but the parties like to obscure them in different ways to different people. And that's why the centrist, like, middle-of-the-road Dems fucking hate Bernie, is because that is also where their bread is buttered, right? On Capitol Hill, their bills from lobbyists, their campaign donations, are paid for by billionaires, by massive PACs and large money groups. And same on the right wing. Xenothius, I went to a meet and greet and asked my Republican Illinois House rep if he Illinois House rep if he knew what intersex people were and recorded the whole thing. He had no clue about them, and his name was tied to a classification by Biosex Act. That's not surprising at all. Mike Coffrey is his name. I went in a very fitted sheer top that looked like newspaper, a bra, and medium-length skirt. Cute outfit. Also showed him my license. It bears X as a gender marker. You can't classify everybody as male or female. It doesn't make sense. So that doesn't surprise me at all, because, like I said, that is such a trigger-pulling issue. And it's one that the Democrats broadly have done very little, at least in broad daylight, to confront or combat. Like, there are so many measures across the country that Democrats just seem to, like, okay, that's fine. You can just ban kids from sports. Okay. You can just not refer to kids by their chosen pronouns. You can just, like, disrespect and dehumanize children. Like, are you fucking kidding? Oh yeah, no, Kiwi TP. The Dems are terrified of asserting themselves, but here's the fucking problem. The Conservative Party, the ones that they are so keen on trying to get they want to appeal to that conservative middle of the lane voter so bad. But so many who are already going to vote Trump think that they are totalitarian dictators. Like, sincerely believe that Biden is like the leader of a global cabal. Why not exercise a little bit, like just a little bit of that fucking power, Joe? Oh yeah, if Trump wins, I'm not looking forward to the fucking election stream. I can tell you that right now. Right now. But here's the thing. Trump, like, the Supreme Court justices won't go against Trump. Like, them having a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land, a cushy gig, the cushiest of gigs. That is their favor. They owe Trump. Right? Like, I don't know what to fucking do, man. Like, if it does come down to that, like, if it does come down to watching Trump get another fucking presidency, like, you know, everybody wants to go over what, you know, the worst case scenario, right? And it happened last time too, where people were like, oh god, there's going to be, you know, fascists in the streets, and it wasn't that for a while, but then Charlottesville happened. And you shined a spot on the cockroaches, and they went away for a little bit. But they're still there. They've been gathering their ranks. They've been growing their power. Like, we have explicit militant Nazi organizations in this country. And after, you know, the election was stolen and the Democrats stole the election and all this other shit, the people who were radical have only gotten more fervent. Yeah, you're gonna have to start getting militant. Like, I've said it before, but maybe it makes me a bad leftist, but if you are of sound mind, if you are not dealing with depression or suicidal ideation or anything that might put you at risk, you should know how to work a gun. Even if you don't own one, you should know how to work a gun. Emily Weaver, thank you very much for $4.99. Just got paid. Hi from Bellingham. Trying to get more involved in community and organized local political action. Just went to a drag workshop. Fun. Hell yeah. Cheeky, thank you very much for $5. How can someone reach out in a community if they're dealing with intense isolation, depression, addiction, neurodivergent struggles, etc.? That sounds like the perfect example of somebody who does need to reach out for a community. Like if you, I don't know if you're going through one or all of those, but like there are people out there going through the same things. If you feel intense isolation, if you feel like nobody cares about you and nobody wants you and you would be better off dead, it's not true. And there are thousands of other people at that moment going through the exact same thing. If you are going through addiction and you have nobody to help you or support you, there are other people going through the exact same thing. The only thing you have to do is reach out and try and find someone. Which is often that's often the hardest part. And that goes doubly for political action. There are so many people like, and it's been in this all day, right? Like it's been doom posting on the timeline of just like what the fuck are we gonna do? Like so many people, and you know, I'm friends and mutuals with a bunch of commie shit posters and people who like, well, of course we're gonna have a bit of gallows humor at this, but it's also like what are you gonna do? I made a joke, and somebody commented, I don't know if they follow me or if they're in here, but they commented like, oh yeah, it's not such a good time to be making jokes in the middle of a crisis. And it's like okay, what else am I gonna do? Like what does an individual have the power to do? We use comedy, we use humor as a way to deal with the harder aspects of life. Yeah, Mockingbird, humor is a coping mechanism. Like, Brutus Magnus and $4.99 to encourage everyone to learn Krav Maga. Also, if you can't live for yourself, live for the rest of us. We want you here. Larry Fishman, sorry, I missed your super chat. $5. Democratic Party has been corporate-owned, controlled opposition since the early 80s. They only pretend to oppose the oligarch class. Yeah, exactly. Like 100%. There is a reason why. And here's the other fucking thing that's just wild to watch again. There's a reason why the same talking points and debate strategies have come up for like the last 4 or 5 elections. Like, as long as I've been alive and paying attention to politics, I remember, oh yeah, we're going to make the billionaires pay their fair share. Like if I'm president, I vow to make do tax reform and the billionaire class won't get by anymore. Where the fuck is it? Like, Xenothius, Jordan, how would we be able to pull off our own J6 without it being viewed the exact same way as we view J6 terrorists? I understand that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, but where's the line? Probably nowhere. Yeah, like the line is right there. Like whatever you do, here's the thing. Again, the idea of liberals or Democrats being radicalized is something that is so ingrained in the right-wing consciousness right now. And part of it is because of the George Floyd riots. Like, the thing about, like, the chop zone in Seattle. So many fucking people still talk about how dangerous and awful that a group, like a community garden, like a square block of community aid. Because that was the narrative that the conservatives ran with. That, oh, the roving gangs of Antifa were bussed in from other cities and they were taking everything over, and there's like an Antifa superstructure and like a commander and like just ridiculous shit that they take as fact. Like I've been accused of making like George Soros money. And like, man, fuck, I wish I was pulling George Soros dollars. Yeah, no, Kiwi Teepee. The amount of cities that were burned down. Like, you remember the Summer of Rage and how every city, everything was burned to the ground because they saw like an auto shop in one picture on fire. And it's like, there was, that just didn't happen. But it has been ingrained in the conservative consciousness, right? The other problem with that is, with a organized left-wing militia movement, is that the cops skew largely conservative, especially in smaller jurisdictions and smaller towns. And they have, like we've seen them give escorts to Proud Boys and Nazis. Like, there is no shortage of cops who have been outed for having white supremacist tattoos or ties to white supremacist circles. The cops don't have a problem with shooting Antifa protesters with tear gas, with rubber bullets in the face when they're not supposed to. Like, they are the tool of the fascists to enforce that system. And so, librarian, I live in Seattle. I can confirm that Capitol Hill remains very much intact. And that is part of what you see. Granted, the Capitol Hill police are a little bit different than regular cops. They're like highly trained security guards. So there are a lot of logistical issues around January 6th, right? Like, why weren't there more cops? Why weren't there more people with like SWAT gear and stuff? But it is fun to note the differences between how people storming the Capitol building, erecting gallows, how they were treated by police compared to like somebody ransacking a Target or people literally just protesting in the streets. Like, like compare and contrast, and you can kind of get a feel for where the line is, right? I don't fucking know, man.
I'll take matters into my own hands.
I'm just kidding.
I'll do it, though.
I'm just playing, dude.
No, I'm serious.
But no, I'll actually do it.
Lennon Cat knows what to do. Sorry, Lennon Cat. Oh, man. Death of Atari Chow mein for Panda. That sounds like it was fucking hit. Let me see when my Panda closes, because I'm kind of hungry and I don't have any food and I don't have money. Give me a second. No, mine closes at 8. Never mind. Yeah, like, I don't apologize in advance for any NSFW content that may appear on my timeline. I don't retweet.
I'm just playing, dude.
Like, Brady, I don't retweet stuff like from my lewd moots. I just keep it in my like section. And that's why we don't go to my likes on stream, because I'm not like Asmongold. Also, my likes are way better than Asmon. You're not gonna find fucking just like, oh, here's just like an anime girl with ridiculously big tits. Cringe. Astrocore, thank you for the 100 corgis. Are there any other significant mouthpieces these days for that Antifa burning down cities, stores money, deep state sort of ideology beyond Alex Jones? I feel like most of that perspective I've heard of tracks back to him. I mean, like Tim Pool will say that shit. Joe Rogan will kind of deflect that stuff. Like it's more that it just ping pongs around the conservative mindset, like less that it has like a voice, a specific person pushing the narrative, and more that it just like is the narrative, right? I'll be right back. I'm going to go blow my nose because I'm getting stuffy again, and then we will let's get to give me a second. Let me pull up the next topic that we can start talking about. Alrighty, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Iron Bowman, thank you very much for $5. I live in Oklahoma and work around a bunch of MAGA chuds who make Biden seem cooler than he actually is. I feel like my vote won't count because of EC. Yeah, probably. Oklahoma is a fucking nightmare zone. Yeah. It's like, remember at the beginning I was talking about how these stories are going to be linked today, where we have the linked really through Project 2025 and the goal of a truly Christo-fascist United States. And you've already seen this ideology leaking down into certain people who are just more in an influencer space, right? Like, it is becoming normalized for people to be explicitly Christian nationalist, like in the conservative space, not just like Nick Fuentes, Melanie Mack, noted dumbass, butter eater, water not drinker, blocked me, you stupid scene. I'm not gonna say that. Is explicitly Christo-fascist, explicitly thinks that there should be one state-mandated religion. Like, it's crazy how fast she's gone onto that. And granted, she's not a good thinker. Never been her strong suit. Not really one with a big brain. But that's how a lot of people are. Right? Like, they think the thing they do is the best way it can possibly be done, and everybody else should do it that way too. And you should be made to do it that way, because the way I do it is objectively the best because I say so. And it's because you're not doing the thing I do, that's why society is collapsing. Have you thought about that? Not like doing that thing for thousands of years caused plenty of other fuck ups in society. No. Christian fascism, the only way. Angry Goose, unless they're also legally requiring stuff like Shakespeare or the Iliad, how is requiring the Bible remotely not a First Amendment violation? Great question. Let's look into it. So this happened a couple days ago. Oklahoma schools are now required to teach the Bible and 10 Commandments. Quote, the Bible is an indispensable historical and cultural touchstone, said Oklahoma Superintendent Ryan Waters, adding that he expects schools' strict adherence to the mandate. Now, let me pull up another thing real quick. We have another little video to play. Oh, Kobold, if Trump wins, it's going to be funny when all the policies don't create the material conditions that were promised and everyone will just be poor. I mean, like, that's already what happened with the first Trump term. But also, if you want proof of how that will actually play out, look at Milei in Argentina. Like, you still see people sucking him off just because he's a libertarian weirdo. And the dude has only fucked up his country worse. Like, but there's still going to be people who's like, yeah, well, I mean, it's just, it's a rough growth patch, and you gotta suffer a little bit to get to the good times. And it's like they don't have that cognizance. Like it is just trickle down economics.
To reintegrate Christian values into youth education took another big step forward this week with Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters mandating all public schools in the Sooner State teach the Bible, including the Ten Commandments. Let's bring in Fox News contributor and pastor Robert Jeffress and Superintendent Ryan Walters. Gentlemen, thank you both. To you first, Superintendent, what do you say to critics like you just heard moments ago who believe that you are indoctrinating these kids?
What an embarrassing thing for them to say. The left has been pushing indoctrination on our kids by forcing pornography like genderqueer and flamer in the classroom.
Jesus Christ. I don't know about Flamer, I guess. I've never read Flamer. I did read Genderqueer. I have read Genderqueer. Genderqueer is not pornography. Like, I know that one lady, and you can go and watch the video I did at CPAC. That one lady who had pictures on her phone of what she thought, by the way, very important distinction. She thought that was child porn. And she was just showing it to me. It's not. It just has that kind of, like, for lack of a better term, that like CalArts art style. Like, it just has a very soft featured art style. All the characters and all the sexual acts depicted are on characters who are of legal age of consent. Not 16, 18. They are adults. They are depicted in sexual acts as adults. It is a book that is meant for young adults. I had all right, let me read some super chats real quick because they're racking up, and then I have a tangent to go on real quick. ABS, Anonymous Bastard Society, thank you for $10. I don't know what I'm going to do if Biden loses. I can't afford to move to another country, much less wait to become a naturalized legal citizen. My mom can't just uproot her life either. What do I do? Get in contact with your local community. Find the people like you around you. Have a backup plan and a mutual aid network. Because here's the thing, no matter how isolated you are, or how isolated you think you are, you could live in the most rural backwater community in America. There is going to be someone like you there. You might not think so. You have to look out and find where they're at, but they're there. Like, we have the internet. We have an unlimited capacity to meet new people like us. And I feel so many people do not take full advantage of that. Stomp 10, thank you for super chatting $5. Interesting how Melanie Mack does not care about what the Bible says about tattoos. Yeah, she doesn't care about what the Bible says about a lot of things, unless it allows her to, like, share dog shit AI art on the timeline. Yeah, George Jackson 66. I read a lot of books with sex in them as a teenager and was never traumatized by them. I had a stand-up joke. I had a stand-up joke a year or so ago. I don't know if I ever told it. I think I told it on stage. It didn't get much laughter because people don't actually know what genderqueer is. So you have, like, when you make a joke about something political, it should be broad enough that you don't have to explain the thing, because when you explain the thing, you've already lost somebody. But the joke about genderqueer, the book, is that, people call it pornography, but I know it's not pornography because if I was a teenager, I couldn't have masturbated to it. Like, it's too boring. Like, and that was the joke. But yeah, no, like it's not porn. Enzo Librarian, thank you for 100 biddies. Hypothetically, let's say the worst happens with the election. Can we organize to protect our LGBTQ brothers, sisters, and others? I've seen some leftist influencers do stuff like that before. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. Like not necessarily like you don't need me to do that. Like I am not, that's not saying that I would not take on a role in doing something like that, but like I think there's this idea in a lot of leftist organizing that you have to wait for a leader, or you want it to be a flat organizational structure where everybody's equal. And that is like doable. And that is admirable to attempt to do. But even if you don't want one person to explicitly be in charge or have more power than another person, somebody still needs to pull the trigger first. Like there still needs to be somebody who sets it in motion. If you want something to happen, go do it. Like, and I don't say that to sound mean or anything, but like if you are out looking and you have, there's one person over here who agrees with me, or there's somebody who's like a DSA member in my local leftist area, but there's really not anybody around me in like a group. There's nobody who like meets or sets up mutual aid. There's nobody who's like doing homeless person outreach or setting up charity drives. What's stopping you? You can, like it's a coffee mug cliche. It's a Hallmark card, but you can literally be the change you want to see in the world. Like when people talk about like, oh gosh, I don't know what am I supposed to do? And you doomer post about it. Why? Somebody said earlier, like there is a level of posting through it that I think is cathartic. And honestly, that's kind of what posting through it is. It's what it entails, right? If you're going online, you're whining and bitching, you're making jokes about what's going on, you are doing it not alone, right? You are interacting with your Twitter mutes. You're interacting with people who are ostensibly like your friends, or you have shared common interests, and you are sharing that moment together. There's nothing stopping you from finding people like that in your life, in real life, meeting up with them. Maybe you even know them on Twitter. Irish DC, thank you for 100 biddies. All right, kids, it's time for today's Bible lesson. Reading from Ezekiel 23:20. There she left it after her lovers whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emission was like that of horses. Indubitably. Iki, the bereft of hope, thank you for $3. Today's news out of SCOTUS pisses me off, and so does Christofascism. Shit like requiring the fucking Bible to be taught in schools when the likes of Jewish, Muslim, or other religious readings are completely ignored by these schools. Yeah, it's fucking gross. It's terrible. But anyway, sorry, I just got off topic. No, as we've talked about, genderqueer is not pornography. Like, it barely shows nudity, and it does so in an educational context. And what I wanted to relate that back to is I actually had somebody reach out to me via email, and I got to respond today because they're a parent of a kid who just came out as queer, just turned 18, and they just wanted to know how they could better support them. And I thought it was so sweet. And I ended up, I'm not going to read the whole or talk about the whole reply, but part of it dawned on me in my head about just like, sex ed is something a lot of parents don't feel comfortable. Understandably, a lot of parents don't feel comfortable talking about with their kid, right? But most sex ed also does not cover queer kids. So I was trying to balance a explanation of this with him and trying to just be like, it's not a gay thing, but, and I don't know anything about this kid aside from the fact that he's 18. But you have to make sure that he knows how to be careful around people who might prey on him or try and manipulate him. You have to make sure that he knows how and how often to get tested, right? And those are things that apply to literally every kid. Like literally every young person. The entire reason for like sexual awareness is so that kids know what STDs look like. what abusive partners look like, what manipulation looks like, what consent looks like, the things that fucking Matt Walsh gets mad about. Like, these are the things they want to strip away because they see it as pornographic. It's not. It is not expressly made for titillation. Because something shows nudity does not make it pornographic. Like, nobody, like I was, it's the joke I made, but it's true. Nobody is going home who looks at porn. Nobody is going home and cracking open Genderqueer. A somewhat, which I like the book Genderqueer, but like a mopey kind of, inspirational isn't the right word, introspective book on finding somebody's gender identity. That's not going to be anybody's go-to honk-off material. I'm sorry. It's not. Like, it's just fucking not. It's not porn. But the greater problem is that, so take this kid as an example. If you're 18 and you've had sex ed in class, but you have no real idea how to approach or how to deal with being gay in a sexual context, that is how kids get taken advantage of. And not just in gay communities. Again, this is something that happens to young trans people, young women. But in the case of like young women, we generally teach, or your parents should teach, the signs to look out for. The things that, okay, if somebody's trying to get you to do this, don't go with them to do this. If you go to a bar, cover up your drink, like shit like that. As a gay man of 18, you don't know any of that shit. Those aren't the things that you keep in mind. And especially when you haven't been educated. And that's not saying every school needs to mandate these things, but you should let a kid be able to find them if they need them. You should have those resources for the kids who do. So that a freshly out gay 18-year-old doesn't get taken advantage of by a manipulator or an abuser. Doesn't end up contracting a disease that would have been entirely preventable if he knew what to look for. Like, those are the reasons why we need those books. To help educate and illuminate the things that nobody else really wants to fucking talk about. Like, it's fine. The teachers don't need to talk about them. But if a kid in his late teens, which is the exact demographic Genderqueer is meant for, late teens, the writer, the publisher, they have all stipulated that. I've talked about it before. If an elementary school has Genderqueer in it, not supposed to. Somebody completely misread the label on the box. Not supposed to do that. That is a level, like, that's not really acceptable. It isn't. Like, not just on a sexual level, on an emotional level. You know, that's like sitting a fifth grader down to watch Apocalypse Now. Like, the brain is not formed. They literally cannot understand and parse what they're experiencing. Like, but a 17 or 18-year-old, like, you are setting up much in the same way as abstinence-only education sets up teens being pregnant, teenage moms, STDs running rampant. Taking away these books that were made by people who went through these experiences. The reason why these books were made was so that other kids didn't have to feel as lost and alone and afraid. Turtle Choom 02, thank you for subscribing for 10 whole months. Lanitude, thank you for 25. I don't think that's euros, but thank you for 25. Dinosaur Victrola, thank you for super chatting $5. I'm a closeted NB. I have a trans woman friend. I thought I could talk to her about being NB, but she basically expressed that only binary is valid. That fucking blows. Boo. Boo. Boo her. We don't fuck with trans med bullshit. Like there is no outcome where not supporting non-binary people ends well for like a cis trans person. Like, hey, okay, good for you. You identify as one of two binaries. That works for you. But guess what? That doesn't work for everybody. And even worse, by you taking that side, you are helping to put other people in danger. In danger from people, mind you, this is the same thing with Blair White, who want you to be gone as well. Like you do nothing for yourself or anybody else by trying to play the radical centrist trans person, by being like, oh no, it's like I believe I'm one of the good ones. And I don't know if that's the way she's playing it. Like, she could just have a case of, like, 4chan brain, where she believes in, like, gigahuns and passoids and shit. Neither of which are healthy, mind you. But that really does suck. Dinosaur Victrola, that fucking blows. Like, not even as a joke. Oh, shit. Sorry. I just realized I didn't have multi-stream on, so I've only been seeing Twitch chat. I apologize to anybody... That one's on me. All right, let's go back to this real quick. I got multi-stream on. Let's go back to this fucking fascist dipshit.
And they have driven the Bible out of schools. For 30 years, we've seen a Supreme Court weaponized, a left-wing radicals weaponized against having the Bible in school. There is incredible...
Fucking incredible. Incredible brainworms to say... The left has weaponized the Supreme Court. Unfucking believable. Wow. Holy shit. That's incredible.
Historical context to the role the Bible played in American history. You hear it from Thomas Jefferson talking about our rights being endowed by us by our Creator. You hear Martin Luther King Jr. talking about it with the civil rights movement. Our kids need to...
You keep Martin Luther King's name out of your fucking mouth. Also, he was a reverend. That was his job. Dipshit.
Understand the role the Bible played in American history. That's why the left is so angry right now. President Trump is vowed to put the...
Nobody is... Oh my God. I hate this shit. I hate just how much they can just make up and not get any fucking pushback when it's a goddamn lie. Like, they want to pretend that just because people are like, well, you can't mandate people praying in school, that they're like, oh, so we can't even say the Bible exists? You're going to take it out of all the history books? What, you're going to take out the Constitution? It's like, no. Like, you can explain the concept of religion to a kid. You can explain the concept of how it plays in to history. And kids can understand that. You can't indoctrinate children into only believing that there's one way to do things. Banana Brains, $2. I'm giving you money to turn down the volume. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll turn down the volume.
Bible back in schools. He's put Supreme Court...
I don't know why Twitter is so fucking
that are originalist, that will actually look at what the Constitution said, and it is clear. Yep. Our founders had Christian values, and they instituted them in this country.
Right. Pastor...
They also had freedom of religion, and apparently that's not anything that you want to engage in, but whatever, fuck it, I guess.
Jeffers, to you, the New York Times says the following, quoting here, the efforts to bring religious texts into the classroom reflect a growing national movement among conservatives, particularly Catholics and evangelicals who oppose abortion, transgender rights, and what they view as liberal school curriculums, to openly embrace the idea that America's democracy needs to be grounded in their Christian values. What's your feeling on Bibles in schools, Pastor?
Well, I'm all for it. And you know what
Fucking
people
of course you
forget, Trace, is that for the first 150 years of our country's history, Bible reading, prayer, learning the Ten Commandments was a part of the normal class.
It was a part of the normal class because for a lot of kids, it was the only way they learned how to read. Like, back when a schoolhouse was like a barn with 5 kids in it, and kids went off shooting after school. Like, this is not I do not find this to be a compelling argument unless you think this is really how life still is. Fucking Laura Ingalls Wilder ass.
Classroom experience. It was just in the last 60 years that the left has been engaged in a rabid effort to remove any acknowledgement from God from the public schools. 1962, removing prayer. 63, Bible reading. 1980s.
Because it does not represent everybody in America. I don't understand why. Like, I know what they're doing. They're playing to the audience. I don't know why I don't know why I'm getting tilted over this. Like, they are playing to the audience. They are preaching to the choir. They already know all of this shit. Oh, no, they've already heard all of these talking points more accurately. Like, it's the same shit. Let's go back to the People article. They are now incorporate the Bible into their curriculum. Now, here's the thing. The way that they were positing it on that Fox News clip was that, oh, we're just bringing the Bible back in. Like the Bible can just be in schools. They're not really leaning on the fact that they are mandating it be a part of the curriculum. That the Ten Commandments be taught in classrooms. One of the most historically significant books, substantial influence on our nation's founders and foundational principles of our Constitution. Again, you can discuss those things without forcing a child to learn about your religion. Immediate and strict compliance is expected. This is open Christian fascism. The Oklahoma Attorney General Office said, quote, Oklahoma law already explicitly allows Bibles and enables teachers to use them in instruction. So it's mandating something that's already allowed. Public schools are not Sunday schools. Rachel Laser, president and CEO of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, told AP in a statement. This is textbook Christian nationalism. Waters is abusing the power of his public office to impose his religious beliefs on everyone else's children, not on our watch. Yeah, let's talk about here in Yahoo News. Earlier in June, Louisiana similarly passed a law ordering that public schools display the Ten Commandments in every classroom from kindergarten to state-funded universities. Poster-sized displays must be in a large, easily readable font according to the bill. So let's go over to that from the AP. Like, the thing is, this goes hand in hand with a bunch of other concerted conservative efforts. Concentrated is a better word, conservative efforts over the last couple years. Including, like, if you don't think that this will play into measures to restrict trans kids, to force trans kids into the wrong locker rooms so that they will be beaten and harassed, like we've seen multiple times this year already, to force trans kids to be dehumanized, to essentially socially detransition. Yeah, these will. Like, if you don't think that these will be used against Muslim or Jewish kids, if you do not think that there is some shit kicker Nazi in the making out there who's going to use what he's learned about Christian nationalism to harass somebody, then you're incredibly naive. The mandate does mention about the mandate. Yeah, JK Star, we just got done talking about Oklahoma. So this happened a couple days ago. And this is not good by any stretch. Like, this is very bad. Not just because of the, like, it's less bad, although it is bad for that reason, because kids are actually going to learn about the Bible. Because, like, if anything, kids learning about how fucked up the Bible is, how shitty Christian faith is, not Christian faith, I should rephrase that, how shitty people are who use Christianity as a cudgel. If anything, it will just do what happened with a lot of us and make them into leftists, or make them go away from it and realize, like, hey, actually, this is kind of fucked up and stupid when you think about it. The problem is the precedent it sets to mandate what is effectively being treated in these small measures as a state religion. Not as a, in terms of like, oh, this is the official state flag, but as in the state of government. As in, this is the only religion recognized by the state. Something that, as I was talking about earlier, is something that you're already seeing people be completely okay with, who would be seen in more of a middle section of the conservative influencer space. And they get no fucking pushback. Like, Christian nationalism, along with the open fascism of people like Trump, like, they go hand in hand. Project 2025 is proof of that. Yeah, no, Campy Biscuit, like, Christianity is already taught in schools in a historical context. That's plenty fair, I think. So when people want to teach actual religion as fact, that's a problem. Well, that's what they want to teach. Like, they want to teach religion as fact. Baton Rouge, Louisiana has become the first state to require that the Ten Commandments be displayed in every public school classroom. The latest move from a GOP-dominated legislature pushing a conservative agenda under a new governor. Shocker. Requires poster-sized displays of the Ten Commandments in, quote, large, easily readable font in all public classrooms from kindergarten to state-funded universities. If you want to respect the rule of law, you've got to start with the original lawgiver, which was Moses, who got the commandments from God, Landry said. Opponents questioned the law's constitutionality and vowed to challenge it in court. Proponents said the measure is not solely religious, but that it has a historical significance. In the language of the law, the Ten Commandments are, quote, foundational documents of our state and national government. The posters, which will be paired with a 4-paragraph context statement describing how the Ten Commandments were a prominent part of American public education for almost 3 centuries, must be placed in classrooms by the start of 2025. Constitution, Mayflower Compact. Posters would be paid for through donations. Civil rights groups and organizations that want to keep religion out of government promise to file a lawsuit challenging it. Well, probably won't work if Louisiana has a GOP-backed everything. The controversial law in a state ensconced in the Bible Belt comes during a new era of conservative leadership under Landry, who replaced two-term Democratic Governor John Bel Edwards in January. The GOP holds a supermajority in the legislature, and Republicans hold every statewide elected position, paving the way for lawmakers to push through a conservative agenda. Similar bills requiring the Ten Commandments to be displayed have been proposed in other states, including Texas, Oklahoma, and Utah. However, with threats of legal battles, no state besides Louisiana has succeeded in making the bills law. I mean, Irish DC, thank you for the 100 biddies. Aren't those commandments something about not worshiping idols or graven images? Yeah, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And they're raising images for all to see. I mean, they're not explicitly for worship. Like it is not a idol in the same way, I guess. It is. Oh, absolutely. Iki the aggravated, thank you for $3. I might be underthinking it, but the Ten Commandments rule here feels like the start of Christo-fascists propping up Moses as a scapegoat in order to further demolish the divide between church and state. I don't know if scapegoat's the right term there, but I know what you're getting at. And yeah, like they functionally believe. Again, what they're saying here is what they mean. Like they functionally believe that there should be no difference between church and state. Like if they could demolish that, they absolutely would. Like that is another takeaway from my time at CPAC. Like you can't. I don't even know what else to say about this. Like what do we say about this that we haven't said already? Like it is just. It's another unprecedented thing that is being fueled by a influx of right-wing thought. Like all of this shit is being fueled by dark money groups. All this shit is being fueled by Project 2025 and its adherents to push and cement this Christian theocracy in America. And it flows down from there. Like what is the next natural step after this, right? Like, okay, so you mandate in Louisiana or Oklahoma that you have to teach the Bible in schools. Okay. How long before you can only swear in on a Bible? How long before they mandate them in places of work, in federal buildings? How long before, oh, well, we can't really trust anybody who's not a Christian? And only Christians can work here. How long before there are rollbacks to... We know they want to do this because of trans and queer people. How long before there are rollbacks to discrimination laws? It's saying like, oh, if somebody's a Muslim, you can discriminate against them because that's not the state religion. Minor glitch. What are they going to tell the Jewish children and their families who don't want the Christian Ten Commandments being forced onto people from kindergarten to college? They'll tell them that they're historical documents. Like that is the ideological loophole they're attempting to use here. Is saying that like, oh, well, the Ten Commandments are important to the founding of America. Like that's how they're going to do it. Like it is. Like that's. Trump said recently at a rally that he would deport all non-Christians. I don't remember that one. I have not been keeping up with Trump rallies. I'm not saying he didn't say that. That sounds like something. That sounds like a slip of the tongue that Trump would say when he means something else, but it comes out incredibly stupid. Yenzo628, basically a whole rerun of George W. Bush's War on Terror. I would be surprised. Like here's the thing. if there's one thing that people like Alex Jones were right about in talking about the administrative state and the overreach of power and, you know, the post 9/11, the expansion of the security state and the Patriot Act, is that I would say a lot of this shit goes back to Nixon, but Reagan, Nixon, all the shit that they set up effectively led to where we are now. But I think not quite as much as the shit that happened in a post 9/11 world, right? The measures that were taken to expand the role of government, to expand the security state, stuff that has just been completely forgotten by most people or accepted. Like TSA is a great example. There used to be a time where you didn't have to get groped and go through several metal scanners to get on a fucking plane. Like, it's crazy. Phosphorus, can trans people unite and be recognized as a nation, much like the First Nations in the USA? I don't think so. There's too many people who disagree on shit. Robbie 917, 9/11 also made a bunch of otherwise reasonish Christians leap straight into being comfy with fascism. Yeah. No, it's cemented in more than ever before, because it's always been nascent in the American consciousness, right? But like, it cemented in Americans the idea of us versus them, of give me a bad guy and we'll shoot him, of and in a more explicit way, because that has always been depicted as like, you know, the cowboy John Wayne archetype. Like, that has always been a piece of how America is sold, bought and sold as an idea, as an ideal. But 9/11, and I'm talking like all the country music, all the shit that came out after it, the stick our boot up your ass, it's the American way type shit, right? Became, I think, foundational to not just the people who adhered to that at the time, but to the kids who grew up seeing that shit, understanding that that's what America was. Or that's what America should be. Like, I don't even... Like, there's only so long you can keep pointing out all the shit that is just... It's tilting more and more into fascism. And not even in a last Trump presidency kind of way where people are like, I don't know, is this kind of fascist? Like, it's... I don't know. And you had a lot of people being like, well, this is, you know, a bunch of motherfuckers sitting across a desk on CNN discussing every Trump speech, being like, wow, this is quite unprecedented for a president. Like, he's flaunting all of these norms. And it's like, okay, well, nobody's going to do fuck all about it. And look where that gets us. Look where it gets us to not have a strong resistance to that shit. To spend 8 years... Like, we know Trump has been a criminal for this fucking long. And it's taken this long, and we're almost through the third election of his that he is a major candidate in. And we're just starting to bring up charges. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, my God. Who celebrated 9/11? Oh, Yenzo. I think they just meant like like an outing, like a picnic or something. I don't think they meant celebrated 9/11. Verdant Eclipse, thank you for subscribing for 3 months. My MB partner and I are scared and upset since we live in a red state, but we aren't giving up, and I'm running on pure spite. If that is the thing that keeps you going, hold on to it. Like, do not get spiteful towards one another. Do not get spiteful towards the world, because there are still good things and good people in the world, but get spiteful towards the motherfuckers who are ruining those things. Every time you see a goddamn notice about how, hurricanes are happening more often, and actually it's hotter than it's ever been, and this is the largest hurricane, it's a super hurricane, and like, we're going into that fucking season where everything's gonna start burning down, where the skies turn red in California for a fucking month. Hang on to that spite for the people who fucking deserve it. Quotient, there are still people out there who would happily vote in a criminal. Baffling. Yeah. Sure is, isn't it? It's baffling. Baffling's a good word for it. It's no, I mean, it's because they've convinced themselves that he's not a criminal, that he's basically all a hack job and he's framed. Like, it's yeah. They are. Like, Off-Key Cannery, they do not live in the reality that we recognize. That is not their that's not their bag, so to speak. All right, let me All right, so I think it starts around 17. So, for those who don't remember, or those, I'm assuming everybody here has watched my hate church infiltration video, right? Because my hate church infiltration still by far my most popular video, and this is a phenomenal frame to stop on. By far my most popular video still, and the video that really changed my life in a big way. And I wanted to talk a little bit, I wanted to do a little bit of a retrospective on it, just talking about it, because it was the third explicitly political video I had done. I had never done anything even remotely like it at the time. It had just come about on a whim, and a partner helped me to get there every day, and I wish the job that fired me for some bullshit, and I know it was bullshit now. Like, I know I was fired for some dumb shit, because I have since gone back, because it was a comedy club, and I have since gone back to the comedy club, and I actually had a talk with the owner of the comedy club, and like, they were like, oh yeah, I'm sorry you got caught in the crossfire of that, because it was like a bad manager and stuff. And so I was like, oh, okay, so it actually wasn't me. But it all worked out, obviously, because I'm doing this now, and being fired allowed me to, because I put the video out, and basically 3 days later I got fired. And I was actually recounting this to a friend the other day, where I was walking by Chili's. There's a Chili's downtown. It's a terrible Chili's. And I remembered that I almost had a job there. Like, after I got fired, I was so down and out. I had nothing to do, or like no prospects. I had no fucking money. I had no savings. Like, I was working paycheck to paycheck at a job where I was working my ass off, doing back of house expo work, getting paid no tips, working minimum wage hours, and like a good deal. It had gotten to, because my health was in the shitter too, because it had gotten to the point where I was eating most of my meals were coming from the club. Like, if it wasn't a shift meal, and I hadn't saved all day for a shift meal, I would take home food from the club. Like if they were getting rid of it or it was old, like that was a good 90% of my diet at some point. I remember I took, because like I said, it was a comedy club, and so I took, so at a comedy club you have the green room, which is just where like the stars or the comics prepare for the night, and sometimes, you know, they get special orders of food, or their agent will have, you know, special orders of food. And I remember Gabriel Iglesias came through and wanted, like, always had like fresh, a platter of like fresh fruit. And so, but when it was done at the end of the night, he and his party had barely touched the blueberries. They were there for like 3 nights, right? And so like all 3 nights I stole Gabriel Iglesias's blueberries. I didn't steal. I made sure it was okay. But yeah, it was. I have a picture with him somewhere. I got to take a picture with him. Really nice guy. Really great show. Really weird because he had been. The thing with Gabriel is that he had been, like, his last shows he was doing were like at a like he was selling out stadiums. Like he's huge, massive. Like he's a big star. And he incorporated a story about that, because I was like, wait, he could go to the arena. He could go to the Fox, which is a bigger, like, kind of nicer venue, like a bunch of other comedians go to the Fox. And he specifically talked about, no, I want to get back to like just doing standing room stuff. Like I want to get back to doing comedian stuff, which is like I respect the hell out of that. Like I really do. Yeah, Yenzo, like I don't have a problem with, like, if somebody has not eaten off of a food, like if something's just gonna go to waste, fuck it, I'll eat it. Like I don't care. But yeah, that's just to kind of, you know, color the scene. That's where I was around this time last year, and I put out this video because I'd worked on it all through June. And it was my 3rd political video I had done, explicitly political, and the other 2 had gotten some good views. I think Thought Slime actually shared my Righteous Anger video, which was about Eden Night and protests and violent video games, and there was a game about a like trans revenge that I talked about. And the one before that was Everything is Woke, which is still kind of a banger. And those were my first, like, okay, you know what, I have shit to say about this stuff. I have strong opinions. I'm not like I'm just gonna write video essays, because I had written video essays before. And then I heard about the hate church, and I decided to just fucking go for Pride Month. And I pitched it to my partner, and she was like incredibly worried for me and freaking out and panicking. And I was like, nah, I got this. I can do this. And I went on the first week just to kind of see what would happen, how it would go. And yeah, it went. I mean, like, you know, you can watch everything I did in the video. Like, you can hear everything I recorded. And it was still like it's still a very surreal experience to look back on, because I remember just walking in, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's just like the pressure of the situation, but like, and it happened with CPAC too, where I walk into a place and I'm like, okay, fuck, I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm here. And then the second somebody like talks to me, I just like flick a switch in my head, and I'm my character now. You know, I walked up and I like shook people's hands and switched to my deep voice, and it was like, okay, off to the races. And so, I mean, like, that just became my little pet project for a month. And then it came out, and I had done, it was a really, you know, it was a much longer video than I usually did. It was much more in depth, and I was pitching it around to people, because I put it out and it was doing okay on my channel. And then I was trying to remember who picked it up first, or who really looked into it. And I think it was when Neil, and because there was this thing called F the Algorithm that Jose was doing, and I think I actually found out about it through Kaylin Conrad. where they would get together and they would talk about, just like underrated leftist channels and stuff. And so I think the day of a broadcast for F the Algorithm, I reached out to Kaylin. I was like, hey, I know like you guys probably already have stuff set in stone on this, and like, but I just wanted you to know I'm a big fan of your investigative work, because they had done the videos. If you haven't seen Kaylin's series on gender criticals and going undercover in gender critical Facebook groups as the icon Carol Marinara, like that was a big inspiration to the approach I took with the work. And so I told them what I had done, and they were super impressed. They're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And then on that F the Algorithm stream was actually funny, because they showed it off to the audience, and Neil of Neil and Sarah from the Leftist Cooks fame had also, I believe it was Neil, they had also watched my video, and completely independently from Kaylin, I believe, had, maybe I reached out to them too, I don't remember how it went, but they were also like, oh my gosh, yes, it's so good, you got to check this out. So like I owe so much to both of them, and it's like, and I really, like, I think that was the point where the video started to kick off more. And from there, it just snowballed. And I think, in the course of a couple days, the views were into the tens of thousands. And I can't, like, while I put out stuff now that regularly gets in the tens of thousands, like I probably average about 30 or 40K views. It's me, Natalie Marie. Did you get a chance to watch the video of Sam Collins? I did, and it's fucking crazy. Like Sam, I'll talk about Sam in a second. But like I can't express enough how I would struggle to let me go back a little bit. I want to show what my channel used to look like, right? Or what my channel, it still looks like this, but no. Like before I did my videos, or here it was. Oh yeah, I completely forgot I did the Star Wars video where I edited Obi-Wan. And like that's the kind of shit I was just like experimenting with. But before I did that, all of these videos, the shooter videos, and they've all bumped up since then. Like they're all over 1K now. But before my big videos came out, I would be lucky to get like 1,000 views on something. This essay I did, not even an essay, a fucking documentary I did on Silent Hill Homecoming. I spent months interviewing people for it. Like months putting it together. It was my most popular video at one point.
More in terms of design and look.
By like a decent margin. It was at like 1,000 views or something, or 1,500. And that to me at that time, that was like, okay, yeah, I'm on the up and up. Like I got 1,500 views and 5 followers in a week. Like that is that's the numbers I was talking. And I had been doing that for like a couple years. And like, look at the fucking production.
The look of the order, the
yes, very much
fog, the raining ash. I think
it was our opportunity to try to deliver on what I felt was a very much the movie inspired by the games, but yet at the highest fidelity that we hadn't seen yet. So there were certain touchstones out of the movie that we thought were absolutely incredible. Like the peeling walls was one of those things.
Sorry, I didn't realize that
would just be incredible to see in real time. Can we transition worlds using similar technology, similar aesthetic? So yeah, I really loved the aesthetic of the movie. I did not love the movie as a story, but I thought there were some things in it that were beautifully art directed. So at the time, the movie
best.
I think a very early iteration of that, involved the battlefield. It ended up being in the Alchemilla Hospital because there's like a scene where he's being transferred by his father, though you don't know it's his father, on a gurney kind of thing.
The inclusion of Alchemilla Hospital was greatly reduced in the final game. Based on early level layout maps, an entire level was planned for the hospital, which had been featured in the first 3 Silent Hill games. A video by the YouTube channel Midnight Otherworld also alludes to other cut content, including various dialogue trees that were cut, belonging to mysteriously unnamed characters, possibly the ones referencing Silent Hill 4's Walter Sullivan. Another apparently cut idea was to have some kind of scene depicting Pyramid Head sexually assaulting another monster, an idea directly referencing the character's first appearance in Silent Hill.
We had milestones that we'd sign up for, a production schedule, we'd get validated, and then we would start delivering on those milestones.
Before continuing, I'd like to address something of a conspiracy theory that has persisted about Homecoming's development in the years since release. The project, before it was finished, should be the word of the game's writers, who attest that they never saw anything.
Goddamn, I don't think I've watched this since I put it out. I'm sorry, I'm just going down a rabbit hole. But like, that is the level of video I was putting out. Like, I was still making really good shit. Nobody was seeing it. Right? And so I put out this video. Where was it? Where'd you go? I'm right back here, you little rapscallion. And it started fucking taking off in a way I did not anticipate or expect. And so, like, the first thing, it was, you know, I'd been fired. I had no job. And the real challenge, by the way, if you ever think of quitting your job and doing YouTube, the real challenge is that you basically don't get paid for $1 you earn on the first of a month until basically 2 months later, until the 21st of the following month. And so from there, I wanted to do a follow-up because they'd preached about me. And after that, I was like, okay, well, how do I, like, what does a leftist YouTuber do? And Sound of Freedom was big, and that was pissing me off, and it kind of tied into there. And yeah, I mean, you know, you can go back and see, like, I was still doing things that, like, just were not getting play. My Quake 2 as art video did shockingly well. But, like, this video, if y'all want to watch content of mine that you enjoy, or like that I love, go watch my id Software role-playing game videos. I fucking love doing that one. Yeah, the Matt Walsh videos, those were other bangers that I was like, what a crazy, stupid idea. Like, I took like 3 weeks and just focused on watching Matt Walsh content to make a video, and that they were fucking hits. Like, those were big. 300,000 views on those. Which is like bonkers, and I've been able to do PragerU's. The PragerU video did really good. I think I'm gonna actually take off the Misinfo War, because that video did not. I do not like that video anymore. But I need to do another conservative. I might do another conservative comedy video soon. But like, yeah, it's been like I was talking earlier about how fucking crazy it is that like, it's crazy that Sam Collins knows who I am, right? I was talking earlier that like Cody Johnson follows me on Twitter. Stephanie Sterling follows me on Twitter. I just got back from, everybody who knows me and follows me on Twitter knows I just got back from the premiere of Jesse Gender's new movie in LA, where I got to meet and hang out with Kaylin Conrad and Hoots and Aronok, and I got to hang out with Jesse. I got to meet Abigail Thorne, and I got to meet, like, I walked up, I was at the premiere. I walk up to Maggie Mae Fish, and Maggie Mae Fish looks at me, and she's like, "Oh, you're Dead Domain." And I'm like, "Fucking what? Like, you know who I am, right?" Oh, Turtle Choom, I'm trying to send my wife to your toy channel. It's called Occult Classic Toys. Occult, OCCULT Classic Toys. Which I have not uploaded on there in like 6 to 8 months, I think. It's been a minute since I've done a toy video. I've been too busy. Like I've been cooking. The one thing I will say for just planning in general and planning for next year, as you know, I'm going to keep doing this for a while, but is that I'm going to start spacing out my big projects, because I feel I'm still getting over. I'm getting back into it. Like I've been struck for the first time in a while. I've been struck with some really good ideas for video essays. And I hope people show up for them, because I think they're going to be like, there's one, I won't talk about it too much, but I have an essay idea for a Smiling Friends video essay that could be a fucking banger, but I need people to show up for it. People did not show up like I needed for the Spider-Man video essay. But like doing, I did too much back to back, and I've really burnt myself out. And I think LA was a good trip to kind of recenter myself, and get back into a good writing flow and start balancing things more. But like going from the Spider-Man video, which I worked nonstop for like a month on, I was working fucking hard on that video, to the Jewish question video, which is another one I fucking worked. I read like 5 books for that, y'all. Like that, I will never will I have more sources cited on a video, I can goddamn guarantee it, than the 2.5-hour video where every 2 seconds I had to source something new. That's a slightly over exaggerated, but it's pretty damn close. Like the Jewish question video was a big one, and then of course like CPAC, like that was like a month. And then after that was the Satanic Temple, which Satanic Temple I had actually been working on because it was after the Hate Church video. The guys from Queer Satanic approached me and were like, "Hey, we have a story for you. We really like your style. Do you think is this something you'd be interested in looking into? Because we think that it would be a really like on brand for you, and also you seem like a good person who isn't easily swayed by bullshit." And yeah, that's another one that took, like, that was, the Jewish question video was very intensive, right? Like, but you're able to form a through line. Like there's a lot of details, but it's, you know, you're following, okay, Bill Cooper said this and he got this from this, and then Alex Jones learned from him. Like it's very much, you're just putting pieces together and seeing where they fit. And the Satanic Temple one, because even though Queer Satanic has done a really good job of laying everything out and doing a lot of digging to find, like, okay, this is the company actually behind the Satanic Temple, and this is named this, and this is why this company or this, you know, government body said that they're playing a shell game, and this is why this person's actually a racist. Like, there are so many little fractals and tangents, and it just spider webs. Like every time you pull on a thread from the Satanic Temple, you're like, okay, well, what's up with the co-founder Kevin Soling? And you pull on a thread, and you're like, oh, he tried to become a cargo cult messiah in the South Pacific after graduating documentary film school, and that didn't work. And it's like, fucking what? And it's just that. Like, it was just that. In researching it was a fucking nightmare, because it's like, okay, it's the founder of Satanic Temple, right? And he was on a radio broadcast with a white nationalist. But it wasn't just a white nationalist. It's a white nationalist with a confirmed tie to an actual hate crime where somebody died, and that happened with this, and this happened with that. And like, it's just like, fuck, man. And like, this person had a documentary made about him, and it just never ended. And then trying to mash that all together in some kind of concentrated like form was bonkers. And then that was also the first video I did. I have done costumes and stuff before. I did a Rogue costume, and I did my Spider-Man video. I was in my Spider-Gwen costume, so I had done costumes before. But it was the first one I had really done. Like, okay, I'm gonna do costume. I bought a green screen for that shit. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Sublight Games, for gifting a whole bunch of subbies. Thank you, Sublight, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Transluxy, Wrath of Karma, Dangalisa, Alyssa. Dang Alyssa. Gosh, I completely read that wrong. Dang Alyssa 313, Hapslay, and Crow Wasn't There. Thank you. And Memi, thank you for super chatting $10. I thank you for all your works, and hugs to all. Hugs to everybody. Hugs for everybody. Why is... Okay, I've done this before. We're gonna try and go... I do not know why. Oh, why are you doing this? Okay, we're gonna turn it... You know what? We're just gonna mute the alert box and see if that works. Right? We're gonna mute the alert box for a little bit. We'll see. That was not a mute. I don't. Why would you do that? Oh, that's why. Okay, I see. I don't know why it's doing that. But, no, you're good, Sublight. I think I need to go into the background and do it somewhere. Oh, did we get raided? A bunch of people are following right now. What's up? Jane and Bledsoe, thank you very much. Did I get raided? I'm not seeing it right now. Feels like nothing's loading at the moment. All right, I'm just gonna pause that for a moment. JK Star, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. The waves are rising. Zach Gomez, thank you very much for subbing. Have good luck on your job interview tomorrow, Lane. Good luck. Yeah, yeah, like I have some plans for what I want to do this year, but so much of it is contingent upon like as hard as I work on a lot of deeper projects, a lot of it is kind of just like what I'm vibing with in the moment. And I think my big plan for the next year is finishing a novel that I'm about halfway through and need to rewrite large parts of, and then getting my film and screenplay off the ground, because I have one of those plans, and I have a strong urge to make things and a strong creative drive, and the only reason I can pursue that at all is because of, you know, all of you wonderful, amazing people. And of course, going back to this, the hate church. So, like I said, this church I've been keeping an eye on for a year, right? And they haven't done much that is really like I'm bored of their antics. Like, it no longer charms me. However, they came out, like I said at the beginning, they came out with a banger dog shit video for Pride. Like, this is one of the most unhinged, rambly videos I've ever heard. Like, this is an all fucking timer. So I am here to share it with you as a fun little throwback to last year. Because we haven't watched many hate church videos. We've watched a couple here and there. But this is JK Star 19, all that noise, I realized I have a gift for you. Keep fighting. Oh, thank you. This is a good one. A good one. And I want... yeah, like there's just... You're not prepared. Right? Like, you're not prepared for how incoherent's probably the best way I can describe it. This is going to be. Like, you're not. But let's go through it together.
For they that eat bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence, but their path of the just is a shining light and shineth more and more unto the perfect day. Understand this. Throughout the Bible, God literally uses the airy starch, because let me tell you, this is not deep doctrine. We are not trying to do philosophy. He's literally saying there is light and then there is darkness. Be a child of light. There is no mixing of that, because if light ever comes to darkness, what is there? There's no darkness. You can't mix it. And he uses this. The Bible literally uses clear understanding that you can't mix darkness and light. You can't do it. Some people are like, well, you know, all the colors, they become gray. We're not talking about that. You bring light into a situation, there's no longer darkness. They cannot mix. And that is how God is saying you need to look at the world. This is how you do it. And that's what Proverbs 4 is. Get understanding. And understand this. If you have the understanding that it's not just by faith alone you live this life, faith alone is how we get to heaven. You do what the Bible tells you to do. You can see the world.
The thing that makes this a little bit more funny to me is that he is constantly running out of breath throughout this. And so it gives it this really just rambling edge of him just being like, and what? One more thing, let me tell you, as was God and shadows and light. And so it sounds, a lot of these preachers constantly sound like they're drunk, even though they're teetotalers. They don't drink alcohol at all. And he makes a joke about that later. But like, yeah, I'm gonna let you finish. I'll shut up.
Now, and you can know that the world knows what it says is right. How are you applying that? Let's just go through the stats of pride.
Let's just go through.
Not pride in ourselves, the pride, the great sin. The pride.
Let me see if I can get him sounding real drunk. Let's do a little remix.
Celebration, because what do they celebrate during Pride? Homos, filth, sexual deviancy. Oh, we just let people be happy. Well, I just want to talk about here's the thing. If I'm thinking about, the World Health Organization or Psychology Today or, Harvard Medical Magazine, boy, those are not fundamental Baptist sources. But here's the goal. They're like,
kid in the
just
background.
Let people be happy. Well, let's see. Is going against God's word the way to get to happiness? Is that the way the world is just developing themselves? They're just finding themselves in pure joy. Just the healthy life. Well, that's my question. Because today I'm like, hey, you know what? We've now had Pride, what do they say, 60 years? They've had the queer marches for, however many decades, and it's just more and more and more. It used to just be a back alley somewhere that no one cared, and people were like, bleh. Now people just go, bleh, but they do it out in public.
Well, that's my question.
But let's hear. The title of my sermon is...
So the thing that makes him sound even more drunk, because you slow it down, right? And it's the fact that he rarely finishes sentences, and they kind of just like flow one to the other, which is very it's a drunk fairy thing to do. Like, you send. Let's see. Let's find out. It's whose God has yeah, and they've done it for so long. It's 15 years, but let's find out about God. Brian Rodriguez, thank you for $15. Thank you for all the work you've done and continue to do for all us. Have a good night. We'll catch up with the replay of the live stream. Thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's just like, listen, guys, it's so good.
Take pride in pride. If you're just like, we just need pride. Hey, take pride in it. Let's go through the successes that you've had for society.
Successes.
Hey, I probably don't even need to have you turn here. Leviticus 20:13. What is the Bible?
He does. He legit, somebody said he sounds like Charlie Day. If you close your eyes, half the time, he just sounds like Charlie. It's fucking crazy.
Bible stance on this. Like, Paul, you bring this up. It's June. What do you want me to do?
Like, if you close your eyes.
It's June. It's very clear. Anyone who even watches this or knows our stance on this, if a man also lie with mankind, he is
God. Okay, so some of this is going to be the traditional, like, I'll turn it back up so it goes to the regular speed. Some of this is going to be the regular bullshit, right? He makes a point in here about incest that he tries to read a Bible verse to support what he says about incest, and it says something completely different, and so he just drops the point he was trying to make and moves on. Like, he fucks up the research for his own sermon. It's so good.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. The blood is on their hands, all right? We know our stance. That is the stance. That is the Bible stance. Hey, every time the Bible mentions them, and Leviticus, Judges, it's bad.
Okay, no, see, I have to rewind that one because he blended together Leviticus and Judges. I have to hear that at 0.75 speed.
Pride in it. Let's go through the successes that you've had for society.
That Leviticus Judges is pretty good. Pretty good.
Rory said, hey, I probably don't even need to have you turn here. Leviticus 20:13. What is the Bible stance on this? Like, Paul, you bring this up.
I might just keep it on this. This is funny.
What do you want me to do? It's June. It's very clear. Anyone who even watches this or knows our stance on this, if a man also lie with mankind, he is lie. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. The blood is on their hands, all right? We know our stance. That is the stance. That is the Bible stance. Hey, every time the Bible mentions them, and Leviticus, Judges, it's bad, negative, anti-gay in the literal sense. It's not happy. That is the Bible's. That is the Christian sense. That's the biblical stance. And you're like, well, that's what pride's for. Okay. But here's the thing. Pride's inclusive.
He looks drunk too.
Pride's like, not just
all of his like reactions and stuff. He looks like he's fucking plastered. This is like, here's the thing. Like, my man, it's so good. It's so good.
For that. Because here's the thing. I was like, well, does being a homo make your life better?
Yeah.
And I won't go too much in this because, hey, if you're in these churches, you probably heard plenty of sermons. But hey, you can go literally to the World Health Organization or the Department of U.S. Health.
He's not actually drunk. I slowed it down to... I slowed it down to make it sound like that because he naturally sounds like kind of slammed. But he sounds fucking... like you take it down 0.25%. As some good shit. This is some good shit. It's Bible.
Oh, looks like you are like 95% of the AIDS cases. AIDS would not be a problem if you just stopped.
AIDS really isn't, like, not to say it's not a problem, but it's not as big of a problem. What proportion of AIDS cases are heterosexual? 95%, when it's really closer to 88%. People reporting heterosexual contact accounted for 22%. So that's a pretty fucking big difference. Pretty fucking big difference. 22%. Okay. Whatever.
You're filthy and gross. Their lifestyle is gross. It is completely sinful. It is ruinous to their bodies.
Oh, oh my God. This part, I was going and getting a medication refill today, and my mouth was, I like hit the floor when I heard this next part. This is fucking nuts what he's trying to infer here. All right, I'm gonna turn it back up to normal speed.
The reason that most very active gay men, they have to wear diapers until the day they die because their body is so destroyed. It doesn't work. I wish I had the 2 bolts and I do the explanation. But they're like, it is not the way it works.
So what he's saying is that most gay men get their ass blown out so hardcore, like they get ridden so nice with it that nothing works down there. That most gay men have to wear diapers for their entire life. What do you even say to, like, what? It's fucking crazy. It's like, bro's crazy waffling. This is a great screenshot too.
And it is unhealthy, and it destroys. Filth is passed around. It doesn't work. You don't bring joy, and their depression is greater. It messes with your mind. And here's the thing, that's just with the unworld. I can go through, I mean, God rejected you. You would imagine it shows this, and amazing stats will go through that. I won't spend too much time on that because there's so much.
It's, by the way, it's not going to surprise you because he's like, well, we'll go through the stats. He doesn't go through the stats. The most that he does, and he did this shit, oh God, it's bringing back making the video, because I would sit in the front row for sermons just like this when I was making my hate church video, and just be nodding along and like mentally logging all the bullshit I heard and just being like, okay, I'm going to look into this. I know this is bullshit. I'm going to look into this. But the funniest part is that he did this in the videos. I cut out probably 45 minutes of my hate church video. Like it would have been tipping the scales at like around 3 hours if I hadn't cut a bunch of stuff. And a lot of it was him, because he is so confidently wrong, like so wrong about so many things, and doesn't provide sources. And then the thing that bothers me on top of it is that he always ends it with like, and that's why like nobody can prove us wrong, because it's self-evident. It's like, You're literally just wrong. Fuck, man.
More to cover. Hey, you know what else they support? It's all with kinks and sexuality. Hey, they're trying to normalize incest.
Here's the important part. Note, apparently gay people are trying to normalize incest, which isn't a thing I don't know if I've ever seen gay people be accused of that before. What is the funniest part of the intro of the Knowledge Fight intro to AJ's BS? Do you mean just the Knowledge Fight intro song? Or the like the reads that they do part after the Technocrats? I think it's "Go Home to Your Mother, Tell Her You're Brilliant," or "Sodomite Sent Me a Bucket of Poop" is pretty good too. My partner quotes "Go Home to Your Mother, Tell Her You're Brilliant" to me all the time, and she puts like a cute little New York like "Go home to your mother, tell you brilliant" accent. It's adorable. She's so cute. Anyway, those are my choices.
Hey, because here's the thing. In Leviticus 20:13, if a man also lie with mankind as he lied with a woman, both of them have committed abomination, they shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Boy, that is really clear.
I gotta go back to the...
We sometimes make the mistake of stopping.
All right, so remember, I need everybody to remember, he was making a point specific. Oh yeah, loser little titty baby is pretty good. That's another classic. But I need everybody to remember, he was making a point about incest, how queer people are promoting incest. Watch where he goes with this.
There's more to the chapter. Verse 14. And if a man take a wife of her mother, it is wickedness, and they shall be burnt with fire, both of them, he and them, that there be no wickedness among you. So that wasn't incest, but that's just sexual deviancy. That's a partnership that you wouldn't ever have to put there.
He got halfway through reading it, realized it didn't prove his fucking point at all, and then it was like, oh, well, I have to... Okay, we're gonna have to make this work. We're rolling with it. Like, bro really got halfway through that and was like, fuck it, we ball.
But the Bible literally writes that because, hey, what are homosexuals? They're just filthy, disgusting sexual perverts. Hey, let me tell you some other perverted things. If you can have the child and the mother together, you are broken. You have to be rejected. Your mind has been broken. That is disgusting, and you should be...
I mean, like, fair, but that has nothing to do with queer people. Like, at all. And the... crazy.
Put to death. All
yeah,
right?
like, let me tell you some perverted things is like fucking is such a crazy thing to say. To like, if Very Tall Bart does a video with these guys, which he should. Oh, there's some good eating here. Like, let me tell you some more perverted things is such a good tagline.
But verse 15. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and he shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach any beast and lie down thereunto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Hey, sometimes we just talk about how if the government did their job, we wouldn't have homosexual problem, and we wouldn't have a month of celebrating their filth.
Fucking too bad, Paul. Deal with it, bitch.
But that's not far enough. Because understand, what are the other things they're trying to normalize? All sexuality, the fluidity of our disgusting, vile perfection. You know, that is what they're trying to do.
I don't know what he was. What happens at higher speed? Oh, it's worse. It's worse. Yeah, I listened to all this at 2x speed, so this is terrible for me.
And here's the thing. They're just trying to find themselves. Well, the Bible says, you know how you find them? They're broken. They're gone. The best thing you can do for society, them, your kids, everything, is put them to death.
Now, mind you,
here's the thing.
He just read a verse about not incest, bestiality, and was like, so obviously we need to kill all the gay people. Like, bro, what?
The question of the homosexual health is not in question. Like that they already know statistically. Hey, you're likely to die younger. You're likely that if you do get in a coupling, engagement, you're both going to die younger. They don't live as long. They have filthy lives.
Oh, that's crazy. As of 2020, data from Sweden found no gap in mortality between homosexual and heterosexual individuals. Although mortality may be higher in bisexuals because they're using all their Riz. Your smoke too real, bisexuals. Your Riz too great. They'll kill you. A 2022 study, 2022 study in the United States found no excess mortality among gay and bisexual males, but found excess mortality among bisexual and lesbian females. Damn. That's crazy, bro. Previous estimates and pre-1994 sex surveys suggested the median age of deaths was less than 50 years. Pre-1994 was also AIDS crisis was still a massive concern and right in the rearview mirror. Life expectancy at age 20 years for gay and bisexual men is 8 to 20 years less for all men. 20 years less than a heterosexual. What is that based on? And how do is that saying, okay, you're going to live to be 80 if the median is 100? Oh, if one is married, one tends to live longer. So it's equality is the answer. Shocker. That's adorable. So you mean to tell me that any statistical discrepancy in why they live less has less to do, differences in access to care and health status, behaviors, and beliefs, has less to do with somebody just being gay and more with discrimination and the structures around them? Interesting. I never would have thought this. Previous publications on differences in health have typically been data for reporting arthritis and asthma, and lesbian women and gay men had higher adjusted odds of reported chronic bronchitis. Medical care provider had asked them about their sexual experience in the past year more than heterosexual males. Using a broad measure of health, sexual identity differences in not receiving services because of costs, including prescription medication, mental health care, dental care, eyeglasses, specialist care, follow-up care among both men and women. What? That's fucking crazy, Paul. I'm so glad you cited some statistics on here.
Hey, if you do ancestral relations, that's just bad. Like, everyone's known for hundreds of years, like, oh, you're going to mess up your entire, what they would say, their bloodline.
Everybody's known for hundreds of years. Not true. In the era of the King Jameses and the King James version, which this church, remember, loves King James. He was a super based Giga Chad to them. What? Why are you meowing? Why are you looking at me like that? King James was in the era where, like, incest and inbreeding was still a thing. That's where the term keep it in the family comes from.
Before genetic line now. Within just a couple generations, they're like, wow, your children are literally sterile and all that. And this child who did not sin, unfortunately, has to bear your burden of your filth and your disgust. And God just says, hey, you find these, you just put them to death. Bestiality. You're like, Paul, this is not a good story. This is what the Bible says, and this is what they're trying to celebrate there. And if you're trying to tell me not, that is, the laws are trying to change so they normalize this wicked act. Right. But here's the thing. Science knows it's not healthy. Hey, have you heard of monkeypox? Yep. That came from a monkey. It's not a question of where it came from. They also think AIDS came from monkeys too, but there are multiple things. So you take diseases that no human should ever have, and then you spread it. Now, I'll grant you, most of it all goes to the queers. And that's because their evil, wicked lifestyle that is a harmful on them. It curses them. But here's the thing. Being with animals doesn't make you happy. You know,
do we have any mods in Twitch chat? Rutro. What did y'all get a what stupid chud told y'all to come here? Huh? I'm curious. I always love watching other people talk about me. It's my favorite. Circuit witch.
Actually, when you get into pedophilia and all this, it's like their depression is beyond, like, they're like, well, we think it's because the family doesn't support them. Their family wants them dead. They know they shouldn't be alive. Hey, the Bible says in Romans 1 that knowing that it is evil, like, they give honor to other people that do evil, but they know that they're wicked. That's actually what drives them. They actually know what they're doing.
Let's see what Circuit Witch is about. Just like two of you. Yeah, Mothlick, that's a little not much going on. Martian Monday. 24 viewers. Do we love Circuit Witch? I don't know Circuit Witch. I have like no idea who this person is. I don't know. He's technically a human, I guess. I don't think this person actually sent you after me. All right, yeah. I think you're just trolling. I think you're being a goofball.
Is wrong. That's not a way you're going to have a fulfilling life. Because as the Bible said in Proverbs 1, what do they want? They're not happy until they've ruined someone today. They've either molested, stole from, destroyed someone else today. That's what makes them feel good. And is that where you're going to find the best friends? Is that where you're going to just find a fulfilling life? Hey, the health causes of being with animals or being incest or being in a homosexual thing are well understood.
A homosexual thing.
It doesn't really matter what source you go to. You can go to the medical field. And they tried to word it in such a way that it's not such anti-homo. It's more we're just trying to understand on how to better include this community.
All right, no, I gotta go lower again. I gotta go lower again because he's stumbling so much that it's too good of an opportunity. It makes me it fulfills a very Mockingbird. They're fine. They're whatever. Like they aren't causing problems right now. If they cause problems, sure.
Hula hoops to get to it, but it's still there. It's still clear. You're dying younger. You're depressed. You're disgusting. The whole society doesn't like you. And you don't like yourself.
Here's okay, so here's the same line I got like almost verbatim from the street preachers I interviewed at Pride, where it's like, look at you. You hate yourself. Like why do you hate yourself so much? And you're depressed and probably traumatized and abused. And it's like, and when I asked them, I showed it in the video. I'm like, okay, but what if I am not traumatized? Like, what if I don't have, not saying that there aren't people who have, there are obviously people out there who have trauma and abuse. What if I'm not one of them? Like, I don't have any trauma or abuse. Like, I'm relatively unspectacular. Like, I grew up poor. You could maybe call that a kind of trauma, but like relatively unspectacular upbringing otherwise. Like, I wasn't abused. I wasn't like none of that. But no, that is the thing that they have to, again, it's these kind of dichotomies, these distinctions that they have to draw, right? Because none of them actually know a queer person or know a trans person. And this is just like, we've talked about a lot in chat, how knowing somebody, being exposed to different ideas, being exposed to how people really act in their culture and everything, is the key to coming to understand and see them and humanize them. That's the opposite of what they want. Like, they very specifically don't want that. Which is why they're like, oh, don't even talk to these people. Don't even engage with them. Don't even look at them.
But if I just lived the Bible way, I wouldn't have to deal with all this filth. Well, you're like, oh, well, that's not all. Hey, the new thing in the last however many years, 5 years, they've really pushed trans. I couldn't believe how quick, all the queer flags, put on, hey, we're just openly insane now. I mean, that like light blue, and all that, you know what I'm talking.
I might. Okay, how far back was that? That was just a couple. That was just a little bit ago. Let me see if I can get that. I want to get that a clip. Trans. I might do that as like a stream notification.
You're dying younger. You're depressed. You're disgusting. The whole society doesn't like you.
The whole society doesn't like you.
And you don't like yourself. But if I just lived the Bible way, I wouldn't have to deal with all this.
Where is it? Where is it? Come on, give it to me. Give it to me.
Well, you're like, oh, well, that's not all. Hey, the new thing in the last however many years, 5 years, they've really pushed trans. I couldn't believe how quick, all the queer flags, put on, hey, we're just openly insane now. He doesn't put on, hey.
All right, let me see if I can go back. That's 25. Let me see. I want to get it. See if I can do it even slower. I don't know why that's really tickling me right now.
I couldn't believe how quick, all the queer flags. But if I just lived the Bible, well, you're like, oh, well, that's not all. Hey, the new thing in the last...
Oh, wait, no, there's...
Believe how quick,
No, damn it.
Years, they really...
Here we go.
Trans. I couldn't believe how quick, all the...
I've been playing it. I've been playing it at 7.5C.
We're just openly insane now. I mean, that light blue and all that. You know what I'm talking about. The trans colors, all that. Hey, Deuteronomy 22. What's the biblical response? The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto man, neither shall a man put on the garment, for all that do so is an abomination.
And this is why they don't think they will literally get into arguments with themselves on stage, where they will be like, "That's why Jesus never wore a robe. Are you kidding me? That Jesus wouldn't wear a dress. He wore pants. Jesus wore jeans." Danny G, thank you so much for $10. Love you. Watching you helped on my own little journey. Oh, I'm glad I could help.
Unto the Lord. You're like, boy, that is really, really clear. Actually, I don't even know how you can misinterpret that. Abomination. Abomination is a very strong dislike. It's actually a hatred. My God only loves. Well, your God is Satan. He loves you straight to hell.
Your God is Satan.
If your religion teaches you to hate, your religion is wrong. Well, no. An all-accepting, inclusive God is Satan, because he wants you to burn with him. He wants you near him. He'll keep you in his bosom in hell. That is the Lord's way. But here's the thing. Hey, this is from Williams Institute, but you can find this in all health studies, all that. They're like, well, there is a troubling discrepancy between the suicide rates of trans and all other categories. So even compared to the homosexuals, which are still higher suicide level than the straights or any other category you want to put, boy, what a happy lifestyle. You are lying to yourself so much, you're trying to deny reality, and if you walk past the mirror, you go, oh my God, I'm living a lie, and you kill yourself. That's not the key to good life.
By the way, it should be, obviously, trigger warnings if you haven't gotten this far in, but, that's not how dysphoria or transness works. It's because of people like him who are saying, oh, this is why you kill yourself. It's like, dude, yeah, you're the problem. People like you having a larger role in society is a problem.
If you actually live by Proverbs 4, you're like, I should avoid all wickedness and all evil and just live towards the light. And you know what? Well, that means I have to live by rules. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Because you either live by the rules of reality, which are set by God, which are told to you by the Bible, or you live in insanity, and you're going to live an insane life. And guess what? That doesn't come with pleasures and happiness and joy. Well, there's pleasures for a day. Hey, there could be pleasures for a season. And maybe your season's a few years. And then you have the eternity to burn. But here's the thing is, death may be the kindest part. You may linger here. There are evil people that linger in the 90s and 100, whatever. I mean, I won't even think of clues, but really old people, they're like, how are they still alive? They should be dead. But here's the thing, that's still just a drop in eternity. It's just a vapor. They'll receive their truth. But here's the thing. Child, listen to me. I just went through all the things they said, all the deviancy, all the extremes. They're just like, we're trying to change culture to this. And literally from the fall of the Roman Empire until now, no society in the world has tried to propagate such horrible lifestyles.
So here he's trying to do this like same another argument that I heard from the street preachers I interviewed at Pride is the idea that like our society is unique in the fact that it has trans and or queer people, but as my audience will know, because we went through the history of trans and queer people all over the world, that's just not true. They've always existed. They've been forced to the side, but they've always existed. It's not this like newfangled idea. And he's gonna allow a concession. He's gonna be like, well, yeah, I'm sure some tribe out there that nobody's ever heard of. It's like, no. We talked about it. We have a video right now on the channel that shows like literally every corner of the world has had queer people at one point or another. Like it happens. Like queer people, we out here always have been.
No society has hated their people so much. They're like, let me try to get you to kill yourself. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. Read Proverbs 4. The evil man can't sleep at night until they've destroyed someone. We have so many evil people at the top with any type of holiness rejected that literally the only thing they can think about is how do we destroy our people?
Okay, hang on. Oscar, I'm just going to call you Oscar. When you say you don't like gays, does that mean you hate gay people or you are not attracted to gay people? Because those are two very separate things, and I feel like everybody is assuming that you mean you hate gay people when you might just mean like you're not attracted to gay people, which is like fine. XQC but off Wish. Oh, XQC, no. XQC, not in my chat. Twinkie the brain. I do not enjoy being around them. I try my absolute best not to associate with them. Why? I am also trying to understand you. I don't know why. You came across the wrong stream. Yeah, I really don't know what you're doing in this stream. If you try not to associate with them, you're associating with a lot of them right now. Like you can be friends with a gay person and not have you don't have to fuck them. Cat, do not try and jump on my legs. Your little clawsies I need to trim. Why are you being a little booger? Huh? Why are you being a booger? You are being a little booger. Due to my ideals and all that, if I wanted to see gays, then I would go to GAIF. What is GAIF? Do you have a club named GAIF? I'm straight, but I identify with a lot of the religious. Straight, but I identify with a lot of the religious trauma. That's a big mood. Pub. Okay, gay pub. I gotcha. I mean, sure. I don't. I guess I don't know why you're here then. Like outside of trolling. Well, let's not let everybody in the chat, let's try and resist the urge to accuse everybody of being a closeted gay person who hates us, because that's not true. I think it's a bad stereotype, because some people are just assholes. And you don't need to assign them a level of backstory or depth that just isn't there. Is just my 2 bits. All these fucking straights who just want gays to stay in the Pornhub closet. wasn't. Spread the word of Jesus and my ideas. Okay, well. We've found Jesus. Okay, no, Robbie grew up in Southern Baptist. I was like, oh, you grew up in... No, okay, no. All right, well, carry on with Jesus, I guess.
That's the highlight. That's the joy. That's the goal. And if you don't understand that our society is just attempting to destroy itself on purpose, nothing our government does makes sense. But once you understand that, it makes perfect sense. But you're like, so here's the thing. Oh, and, I did sexual abuse. Also, pedophiles were tied into that because 1 Corinthians 7:36 says, but if any man think that he has...
Oh, this one's fucking crazy, y'all. Okay, I forgot about the whole pedophile thing. Okay, so... he goes on a tangent about how pedophilia is bad. And people who know the Bible already know what this is leading to. The cutoff the Bible specifies for when a person is of age, when a man should not touch a girl. I'll let him tell it, because he apparently, while he's talking about how all gay people are pedophiles, he apparently does not see a problem with this and just skates the fuck over it like a fucking ice princess.
Behaved himself uncomely towards his virgin, and as she shall pass the flower of her age, and need so require, let him do what he will. He sinneth not, and let them marry. Why I added there is it's kind of the clearest thing. If a woman is so young, they are not having the flower of their age, and you're with them, you've committed an abomination. And it doesn't matter if it's Muhammad.
So he does a little reflexive switch to Islam there for no reason. But you'll notice his definition for what is too young is when before a woman has the flower of her age. That's a period. That is an antiquated way to refer to a period. Young kids in like 12, 13, if they are an early bloomer, can have a period. So what he's not disputing, what he's essentially saying and permitting through not addressing it, is the idea that somebody who is 12, a man can have sex with her. And he wants to talk about how other people are pedophiles. That's what this dude is saying. All right.
Or the person on the registry, right across the street. It doesn't matter. They're an abomination. If the government actually cared for its people, they would be put to death.
Go play the hits. Play the hits. Distract everybody from...
This is a really hard line. It's all about happy and joy. We're raving a rainbow flag. Why are you raving that? Do you ever tell atheists and sick people why they're doing that? Do you understand how do you celebrate? You're like, well, what are we going to do for Pride next month? They have to open the Bible and go, hey, what's an abomination? One isn't good enough anymore. And they go down. You're like, why do you say that? Where do you get the rainbow?
They get the rainbow from the fact that it's representative of multiple identities. That everybody's a part of it. It's a symbol of unity. But play on, buddy.
The rainbow is this promise that God won't reflood the earth because of violence and illness, or, just the violence that filled the earth.
Oh yeah, to George Jackson 66. This dude should be on a registry. The same guy. If y'all watched the Hate Church video I did, same dude who talked about seeing a teenage girl's panties. Like, same fucking guy. This dude is not well. He's not all there.
Why you wave it? You're like, we're proud. Look, we can do whatever we want, and God's not punishing us. That's where your symbol came from. Everything about pride actually has to be taken from here. And it's just to be anti-biblical. So child, pay attention. These things aren't told to you just because you just believe an old book and you know what, we're just living a better life now. They're miserable. Now here's the thing, I'll get into that most people just are miserable.
He doesn't.
But let me tell you, more so if you ever spoken to a liberal mind. They're not just flowery, happy people.
See, now I just hear Alex Jones, that clip that I don't know if I've ever heard it on Knowledge Fi. I just know the Knowledge Fi guys just saying liberal. Like, that's all I can think of. Oh no, I have heard it. 'Cause we're liberal. Alex Jones saying that, yeah. This is good because it's liberal. So good. Yeah, go ahead and block the
if
two
they're
trolls.
out really they're really out there advocating, you have found a very unhappy human being. If you
now, and I want you, as he judges the happiness of others, I want you to ask yourself, does this man seem fun or happy? Does he seem content with his life? I think not.
I think the only thing that gives you self-confidence is to go out, and my job is to destroy society and everything that would bring happiness to a person. And you're like, now I've done good. People should like me. They're not living a happy life. And here's the thing. You can go through multiple studies that are like, strangely enough, conservatives still tend to be happier people and more giving than the liberal sided of the population.
Yeah, go ahead. If there's the mod is still in here, go ahead and ban them. Phantasmal, thank you very much. Let me see. What was I going to look up? Oh yeah. Liberals. Express greater personal agency, more positive outlook, more transcendent moral beliefs. So they're stupider, is what I'm willing to bet it comes down to here. It's been attributed to factors including differences in socioeconomic. So they're richer, group memberships, and just system justifying beliefs. Neuroticism, emotional stability. Correlation between political orientation and satisfaction. Religiosity, income, demographic variables, neuroticism, conscientiousness, and religiosity. Etc. Blah, blah, blah. Hold beliefs justifying current societal affairs and inequalities. So it's literally like because they're okay with bad shit happening. Like, accounted for the relationship between measures of happiness and conservatism, even after controlling for income, marital status, and church attendance. Higher socioeconomic class and greater number of group memberships. Higher scores on predictors of mental health and positive adjustment. Motivation to justify inequalities or maintain the status quo. Fascinating. I'm going to read that later. It sounds interesting.
Must be white supremacy. But here's the thing is, I'm telling you the biblical points God tells you to do, and here's the thing. You want to be right with God, just say whatever you say, Roger, got it, I'm done. But here's what I'm
Don't question me.
Have wisdom and understanding.
Just do everything I say.
God's words of fact and reality. Science should support what the Bible says. And I'm not quoting you from Christian Institute or the Bible Technology Institution or something like that.
I don't know what the fuck
No.
I don't know what those are.
Atheist. God-hating institutions, but as long as they use facts, they're always going to support the Bible.
So notice here, this is one of the great like inconsistencies he has, is that At the same time that all of these atheist institutions are going against the Bible, they also, all their facts support the Bible, just because all facts do naturally support the Bible, unless it's something that I completely make up and pull out of my ass, which I just say it supports the Bible, even if it doesn't.
Now they're going to be like, well, in the future we'll work this out. Yeah, amazingly, the future of 60 years of doing this, it hasn't worked. And you're making people's lives worse. You know, the damage you've done, like I just said, hey, these are all sins I don't think we actually have in here. But don't they celebrate them? All the sexual perversions and all that, you know, whether it's homosexuality, pedophilia, trans, just mental illness, suicide through the roof, depression completely through, recorded in all documents. No one would say
recorded
I'm crazy.
in
They
all
would say I'm
documents.
hateful, but they wouldn't call me a liar.
They would say I'm hateful. They wouldn't call me a liar. I'm calling you a liar. Yeah, we've already, even on this stream, I debunked many of his talking points in the original Hate Church video, and I've even done it. We've looked into his claims on stream, and they're just not fucking true.
For what I've said so far, because that's not a claim they give to us. They just say you're unsensitive, uncaring, and
No, I give you the claim of being a fucking liar, Paul, you dipshit. I give you a claim of being a liar.
You don't love them. Well, I actually love them all the way to the, you know, rock them to sleep. May the government actually do what it's supposed to do. Actually care for its citizens and actually provide them a society that they can dwell and raise and be happy in.
Tell you what, Paul, why don't you come do it yourself, buddy? If you're such a big man and you want to defend and love your family and you think this is really the right thing to do, why don't you come rock me to sleep, buddy? We live in the same town. He'll never find this. He'll never watch this. But I tell that to his fucking face. Rock me to sleep.
So what is it that wisdom would tell us to do with the demographic, the population that we're celebrating this month? It says avoid them.
Oh,
Children of light should not go towards darkness.
He's talking about the U.S. government. He wants the U.S. government to kill queer and gay people. They've talked about that a lot before.
You avoid it at all costs. You don't go after it. You don't try to merge it. You don't try to work with it. You just avoid it. And what do you get from that? Well, you get the health of probably never getting STDs. You never have to deal with the ruinous life of that. You don't have to have friends that their only way they sleep well is if they've messed someone over, that they screwed someone over, they've stolen, they've thrown, they've ruined someone.
What?
Well, maybe they don't
fuck
do
are you
that to you.
talking
They're
about?
nice to you. That person isn't a good friend. We're all sinners. We all have faults. But let me tell you
What is
that
that?
if you truly have a wicked person that they really need to ruin someone, that's not someone you want in your life. Every serial killer, people are like, wow, he was such a nice neighbor. Yeah, to you. Go a little bit further, they weren't nice neighbors to someone.
They have an odd, a truly bizarre obsession with serial killers that I think needs to be investigated. Like, it's the way that they bring up serial killers as legitimate talking points all the time blows my mind. Like, you would think that we're living in like the 80s with how often they talk about serial killers like it's a common occurrence anymore, when it's super not.
That God is just having us avoid. You can avoid all the animal transmitted diseases.
It's me, Natalie Marie. It is rock you to sleep is not saying knock you out. It is like they literally want to stone people. Like, that's what they think. Like, when they talk about like they shall be stoned and their blood shall be upon them. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about hitting people with rocks until they die. That's what they're talking about.
You can probably enjoy a happier, longer life. You know, people that are depressed, you know, here's the thing, depression happens all around. But I'll get to that. But here's the thing is,
but here's
trying to
the
find
thing.
people that don't make a mockery of God's word, you'll just find saner people. Let me tell you, the world's gone insane. So sometimes, you know, we can knock on the unsaved, you know, Catholics or all that. And if, you know, other denominations, or at least people that respect something, but they at least have the order that God, someone made everything. so you can have a logical conversation with them. But people are like, well, bubbles of gravity and energy somehow spontaneously made it through randomly with laws, so I can...
Okay, so again, just a couple seconds ago, where he was talking about, well, all the scientists, all their facts agree with us. Like, they all prove the Bible. And then now he's getting real mad at, like, the Big Bang Theory and evolution. So that math ain't mathin'. Can't circle this square, buddy. You gotta choose one or the other.
Dressed like a cat. Like, they're insane. And everyone knows they're insane.
Yeah, they're insane. They're the ones who are fucking
and
out
this
of
is
it.
harmful
Yep.
to them, to society, and to everyone around. But here's the thing. That's what they push in the headlines. But here's the real effect of society. Now, it's true they're gaining, they've taken over schools, they're teaching this, they're getting kids that have no understanding of anything because they've never even thought about this at the ages they're teaching. So they're getting, instead of 2% of the population, they're getting some studies that say the new generation will be 10. You've ruined 10% of the population straight.
Ruined 10% because kids might realize at an earlier age, and they might not suppress themselves, and they might not go through. Yeah, no, he has like a thing he keeps. I think he has like a crick in his neck or something, but he just keeps doing this like kind of wiggly thing. Yeah, great, buddy.
Straight from birth.
I'd speed this up a
Good
little
job. Take pride in that.
I will, thank you.
Probably we'll see suicide beyond anything any society has ever seen in the next 10 years, if science is to be believed. Good job.
Has nothing to do with assholes like you, Christian theocracy, ridiculous wage gaps, cost of living increases, wars destroying literal entire cultures, wiping them off the face of the planet, irreversible climate damage being done while nobody seems to give a fuck or try to stop it. None of those things can factor in. It's because a kid in school will learn that, hey, if you're gay, it's okay. Hey, if you think you're trans, that's fine. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. You should be able to explore that side of yourself without fear of reprisal, without fear of being harassed. Yes, that's what's going to cause it. That's what's going to cause people being sad and broken down.
People so miserable, they can't accept themselves. And the society can't accept them because reality doesn't accept them. Yeah.
What?
So you literally destroy people.
What? Everybody accepts them except for assholes like you, dude. Reality doesn't how are you going to say that trans people do, reality does accept them, you fucking dork? This dude has I know he's got some T-girl porn.
You've literally poisoned them. You've literally created a society that will at least, because here's the thing, they still say there is intolerance, but there's indifference. Oh, God. Well, they're not poisoning me, but your child's being poisoned. Well, I don't want to be called out. That's because you don't have love. And a society without love is not a society that's good to be in. Good job. Take pride. Good job. Depression through the roof. Kids confused. We can't even raise scientists because science has to be based in facts.
We can't even raise scientists these days. Scientists that all agree with me until they don't, in which case they're stupid and liars. And because we can't even raise scientists because science has to be based in facts. And he's going to say something about man being man, women being women.
And if you do facts, well, biology has to be thrown out. If you're a boy or a girl, that's it. No matter
I love
what.
how his understanding of science is just
there are genetic issues that happen, but that does not disprove the truth I just said. There is male, there's female, it's assigned to you at birth, and then you have mental issues around that. I cannot imagine the pain and suffering that this society has caused through the broader stroke of breeding pride in. Because let me tell you this, you know what? 70 years, 100 years ago, do you know puberty was a rough thing to go through? A lot of changes happen. Finding out you're a woman, finding out you're a male, a lot of changes happen. You know what? We used to talk about, those strange changes, and there's a lot of hormones to go through, and you're confused, and you're trying to do all that. And that was when the patriarchy gave you one choice. Find a woman, marry her, go off and figure it out. That was hard and confusing. People talked about the awkwardness of that.
Yeah,
what a blessing to only have one.
People still do have like what? Bro is just waffling.
Go down this hallway and eventually you'll find a door to go through. Now they're like, no, do anything but that. You know what? Try everything that's guaranteed not to work, and hey, come out confused. And do you know confusion doesn't bring happiness? That's depression. That's ruinous. That's suicide. That's uncomfortableness. Because here's the actual thing.
Discomfort, dipshit.
If you actually follow the rules of the Bible, you will live by open science a happier life.
You will live by open science. Notice, he is not, he does not provide claims. Does not provide any facts. Like, open science, you will live a happier life. Meanwhile, the science he's actually talking shit about, he doesn't believe in, says we can't have scientists anymore. Great.
Hey, here's something, I mean, Pride's all for. Because are there no straight people that go to Pride? No, they're for free love. Oh, doesn't that sound nice? Free love.
There are tons of straight people at Pride. What the fuck are you saying? What are you saying?
Against you giving it away free, too. It's supposed to be made in a commitment. But they're just like, oh, just go out and experience life. Hebrews 13 and verse 4 says, marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers, adulterers, God will judge. That's the only love the Bible accepts of the physical type. Now, does the Bible give examples of that not happening? It does. And it says, hey, it happened before they were married. Shotgun wedding.
He thinks there's no love outside of physical love? What? What?
If that's what the father says, or the man needs to pay up for ruining the child. And the Bible is very much for the purity of both parties, and to lose your purity before marriage is a violation. It brings disgust to the land that it's upon. In Deuteronomy 22 and verse 19, it says, and they shall emanciate him in 100 shekels of silver and give them unto their fathers of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife, and he may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the token of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones, and she shall die, because she hath...
Dog! Oh my God. You're saying it's a good thing if they have sex before marriage and she doesn't have the token of her virginity, that she be stoned to death. Like, that's what he is advocating for here. In the same breath, talking about how other people are miserable, other people are hateful, other people are evil. Like, are you fucking kidding me with this shit?
Folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house, so shall thou put evil away from among you. Remember, the celebration of Pride is just to be anti-Bible. Oh, in the 70s, we're all about free love. Yeah, that was an abomination.
60s, dipshit.
It's an abomination. Bible says purity. Because here's the thing. Jay Inslee's like, you know what? We got to start at, what is it, third grade? Third grade is when we got to start teaching kids about sexuality. The Bible's like, hey, this is all you got to do. The woman is of the age. Thereby, we assume the man is of the age. Tie them together. Say you will be stoned to death if you ever separate. Figure it out. And the world was populated.
The world was populated. The world is overpopulated right now. But how is this allowed on YouTube? Nobody fucking watches it. Like, if y'all want to go report it, be my fucking guest. Get their shit taken down. Like, I will not mourn not being able to watch their shit on YouTube.
They figured it out. Sexual class 101 through 908. Self-taught. And it worked through all the races, all the cultures, all the religions.
That is not what every culture and every religion and every race did, you fucking dipshit. Oh my God.
Because it's biblical. Do you know they have to find like some small tribe that has never figured out how to make sustainable amount of food? Be like, oh, they didn't do one man, one woman as the primary in a marriage. They literally have to find the most extreme example of nonsensical anything. But here's the thing, you know what's true? People could have traveled 400 years around anywhere in the world and go, oh, that's weird, your wedding is this way? Our wedding is this way. Oh, wow, that's your custom and that's how you dress? Well, this is how we dress. Our women are in dresses, your women are in different type of dresses. Oh, okay, wow, your women have your hair this long? Well, ours are normally this long. Hey, currently, you know, my wife's sister she's enthralled by meeting her family in Vietnam. But her family in Vietnam sees how she dressed and like, you dress really immorally. Why? She wears American miniskirts. And she's like, well, you guys did that like, but here's the thing, your family who are not Christian at all, raised in a communist country are like, you dress like a whore. You have to translate that.
Like, listen to the way he talks to his Vietnamese wife, or about her sister. Like, calling her a whore as people in the crowd laugh. Like, man. Like, do you ever think the women there are just like, what the fuck am I doing here, man? Like, as I listen to these dumb fucks talk about how just, like, naturally better they are. God damn.
You know, but this is the way it comes out, you dress immorally. I don't believe Vietnam is still
communist.
Why? Because the Bible standard is natural.
It's I guess it doesn't actually help. It has a prime minister. Socialist Republic. Authoritarian state ruled by a single party, the Communist Party of Vietnam. So I guess it is still communist.
It's natural. No matter what you believe about the Bible shows itself through the world. And hey, in Proverbs 23, it says, my son, give me thy heart, and let thy eyes observe the ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow path. She also lieth in wait for a prey, and increase in the transgressors among men. Hey, a whore is a deep ditch. And I covered that very much.
Oh, man, I could go for a fucking deep dish.
But here's the thing. Women are like, well, just go find yourself. Find yourself to be happy. Go out and look for it. Find that man.
He hates women. If you couldn't tell, he hates women. And he had, I didn't end up watching it on stream, but I did save a link to it earlier. He has a video where he goes on a tirade, and I'm like, oh, okay, no, this is foundational. Like, this happened to him in college, where he talks about how, like, college guys can go out and women will take advantage of them, and they'll, like, guys will just buy them all sorts of drinks and stuff, and women won't reciprocate at all. And I'm like, oh, that happened to you. That's what you're waffling. Oh, okay. That makes total fucking sense. Yeah, that was.
Lose that zero and find you a hero. Well, the hero don't want you because you're a whore. Like this is what the Bible says. But here's the thing. Here's the big lie that they tell you about. Because here's the thing: free love. You're not happy, go find it out. Well, here's the big secret. Because here's not a secret. Do you know that married couples have happier, more fulfilling, not just lives, but sex lives? Every study will show married couples have more physical engagement than single whoremongers.
That dog. Okay, so this is actually, I wanted to get this part too, because it's not going to shock you to know this is not fucking true. But also, as somebody who's previously been married, I am like, that's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts, dude. That's a crazy fucking thing to say. I'll let him continue. He has a point. He doesn't have a point. Devin Deadhouse, thank you very much for subscribing. My throat is starting to get.
So you're talking about quantity or quality. Science is already defined. Well, if you want that, get married. And if you want to have a happy relationship, even in that way, well, you put two people together, you're like, I'm getting uncomfortable. Hey, I'm just telling you, the Bible shows itself to be true. And here's the thing, it makes sense.
I don't think I have Thinking Sabercat, but I will look that up.
You know, not only does it show that
I've talked about being married before.
More physical interactions, more fulfilling interactions, more so than any open relationship or anything like that. Because here's the thing. Here's the true thing that it understands. This is true with everything. People go from one experience to another. Why? Novelty, or something that is new, always has a thrill to it. I mean, you'll see people.
Wow, that's
go through
deep,
cars,
dude.
Like, I just got this new car. Isn't this awesome? 6 months later, like, I gotta get a new one.
Again, I forget how much they just like make up examples of people that you don't actually see. Like, I've never known anybody, and it might just be like my social class. I've never known anybody who didn't have a car that they did not ride the fucking wheels off of. You know? Like, it's not in my social class to know people. I don't have a car, even, for myself. But it's not in my cards to, like, know people who are doing that shit. You know? Like, who are like, oh yeah, I just got a new car, and they get another new car relatively soon after. Like, I've never known anybody like that.
Novelty is random. It could be phones. You know, it could be, it could be video games. It could be anything. It could be like, oh man, I just went out and bought this really 600-year-old scotch, and I have it. In 3 months, does he care?
Expensive.
Because people go from novelty to novelty. There is something about new, like, oh, I just got this. Like, yeah.
I just got my fidget toy. Speaking of just getting something, my little fidget toy, because I always have little, people who know the channel know I always have little action figures on the desk because they're my like stimming when I'm watching stuff because I get distracted easily. My little fidget toy today has been this little Captain Spaulding trick or treat figure that was at the Walmart. They have a Bloody Disgusting like limited engagement setup where they're selling a bunch of like merch that usually you have to order. Like you cannot usually get the stuff in stores. And it's funny because it's like pistol whipping Captain Spaulding. It's a retro style kind of, it really reminds me of, if y'all know the Kenner Ghostbusters line, it really reminds me of that because it has a little bit of action to it. And it's funny because it moves, you squeeze the legs and it moves both arms, but it, like, one arm can be a pistol whip, but the other arm is just kind of like kind of a little push. He's like that John Mulaney joke, just like push him. I'm just gonna push him. And so that's what I've been playing with on here. That's my little novelty pull. Rapty Feathers, thank you for being Dead Domain. Thank you for being one of the only streamers I can watch right now. I've had to abandon my usual ones because they've been doing FUD and can't handle the stress. You are A-okay. It has been, we talked about a lot of that, the awful shit earlier, so we're just like chilling right now. Well, because so each one in the line, because I actually had another one that I opened recently, because these trick-or-treat figures are really cool, but they're not, they're neat, but they're a little expensive because they're kind of they're like a limited run type deal. I like them way more than like Super 7 though. Like if you compare one of these for around the same price point to a Super 7, get the fuck out of here. Like this is way cooler than a reaction figure. And you still get that kind of like retro action figure vibe from it. I dig it a lot. But like this is the Professor, also from House of a Thousand Corpses, and you can he has like axe swinging action, so it's like, whew, you know, they're very goofy. I enjoy them a whole lot. I also got the other one I got from the Bloody Disgusting thing is they have an Art the Clown from Terrifier. And it's not very articulated, which is kind of a bummer, but it does make a really good display piece. Like the sculpt is really good. The sculpt is really fucking good in the face and stuff. They did a really great job. I wish it was 6 inches. That way it could be goes with the rest of my NECAs, because I have a bunch of like NECA horror stuff. Yeah. But it is not meant to be. Devin Deadhouse, thank you very much for cheering 200 biddies. Ivy Page, thank you for following. And Altered Amethyst, thank you for following.
I'll tell you, and that's just a natural human. We like, we get into maybe a rut or something new. Hey, women can literally be given $20, go to, Dollar General or whatnot, and be like, ooh, I got some stuff. It's all junk. You ask them next.
Thank you, Sabercat. Have you looked into anything to do with Thursday's UK elections? It could be the biggest swing from the far right to the center left since 1945. 14 years of Tories will be coming to an end. I have not, but I will be, I'll be paying attention to it, and I might do a stream on Thursday for that. Thank you, Blair Blahaj Enjoyer. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
Next week, they don't even remember what they bought because they don't care. It's time to go get more. But there's a novelty. It's newness.
Women really do be shopping.
If this is how you think you're going to have a happy relationship, guess what? Newness wears off. Hey, is there something exciting?
I just noticed, he's never able to use himself as an example. Despite being he tries to do this, faux fucking humility thing where he's like, oh, I'm not perfect either. But, he always uses somebody else as an example. I think there's something psychologically there where he's like, oh, you notice how women always go out shopping? They buy something, and they come home, and then they don't care about it. It's like, you've never done that? I do that. Unfortunately, I toy shop all the fucking time. I use my toys for stuff. I use my toys for toy photography and stuff. But I just like stuff. I like things. I like little knickknacks. Sue me. But Rapty Feathers, I need to put out a video about Oregon covering trans healthcare for everyone and how we've got in protections against federal meddling. You should. I'd be interested to watch that. Unfortunately, I do be shopping. This entire outfit today, actually, I just bought. And only because it was a really good idea, or a really good deal. I have these cute little shorts, too, and this cute shirt. Not the pullover I've had, but I got this whole outfit, Urban Outfitters, for $20. Which is ridiculous, because I'm pretty sure, the only time I ever go into Urban Outfitters, because it is the stupidest, most expensive place in the world, is when they have deep sales. Because when they're trying to get shit off of the racks, they put 50% off clearance. They will do, okay, here's something, these stupid shorts that they are going to sell for $50. Okay, well, it's $20, and then it's going to be 50% off of that. So it's okay, well, I can swing that for a new outfit. I need to replace clothes anyway. Some of my stuff is getting a little bit ratty, and I need to go thrift shopping some more. Thrift shopping is still my primary shopping method.
Somebody was like, oh, it's different.
Discount Nikes. Yeah, large size shoes, always. Nike. So there is a Nike store that is relatively near to me, and I actually got the running shoes I use for most mornings when I go on runs. Were another case of I just happened to wander in there looking for shoes, and they're relatively cute, and they were under $20. They had been just sitting there for a while. And it was another one of those additional off of multiple markdowns. And I was like, fuck, man. Okay, well, I'm glad to not have to spend $80 on Nikes.
Yeah, but you know what? Solomon had how many? I mean, if there's a man who experienced a lot of novelty, it was him. Then why don't you read Ecclesiastes?
No, I've talked
I thought you were going to use science.
People in the chat, I've talked about going in and diving and pulling out amps from the dumpster, right? Barbie, Master Chief figure from the first game, a Barbie dress because I was bored one day. Hell yeah. I gave.
And
Yeah,
shows you
I do
this.
that sometimes. With my
The
fingers.
studies I found are like basically anyone who's had more than 10
Colloidal
partners in their
silver
lifetime,
Twitch. Why?
they're just never, like, statistically are just never going to be happy or satisfied or fulfilled.
People who have more than 10 partners in their lifetime are never statistically going to be happy or satisfied or fulfilled. I'm going to be I'm like, here's the thing. Outside of the shitty state of the world, outside of like stress and the stress of like doing this as like a job and really only having this as an income, I'm pretty happy. Like I'm pretty happy. And I currently have 4 romantic partners that I meet like in life. And I think my total partner count over time is up to, I want to say it's probably up to 50 by now. So like, I don't know. I don't think his little theory holds water. I don't think it's math ain't mathin'.
Filled in anything in their life. Because you understand this, just like druggies. Hey, they take a hit. I want to tell you, hey, some of those things, they might, like, to drive you onto the street where you're freezing cold, you haven't showered, and you're literally in pain, and you're just like, I gotta have it. There has to be a novelty. There has to be some euphoria there.
What the fuck are you talking
Has
about?
that been good for their life? Bible says don't search after the things of evil. Hey, God didn't tell you just avoid all sex. We're not Catholic. We're not saying all sexuality is sin unless you're making kids. And you better do it in this position, which the Catholic Church does have doctrine on. We aren't that way. Whatever you do, whatever 2 married adults of different genders do in their bedroom, we don't care.
That's still a lot of stipulations, bro. Like, whatever 2 married adults do in their bedrooms of the same gender, we don't like. You're still marking down a lot of shit. Just saying.
But here's the thing. It's easy to understand.
Is it?
Because do you understand that
Cerberus, thank you for subscribing.
if you've been with a person long enough, you actually know what they like. You're actually comfortable with them.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
you're
don't
with
need to be
someone long enough,
married
you've
to
probably been
somebody to
puked
know
on,
that.
You've had to carry them sick. You've had to take them to the
It's a
hospital.
really
You've seen them do the worst.
really weird way to
And they've seen you.
phrase that.
If there's one person you should feel comfortable with in all situations,
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Certain moments of your life should be filled with that, but that's not your norm. So I just want to understand as I read these stats. Hey, 40% of married women with children say they're happy. 40%. Now, out of context, you're like,
I don't fucking
well, I
believe
mean,
that.
60% of them are not happy. And the world will just say, better go find some happiness. Well, here's the thing. This is compared to 25% of married childless women. So if you're married without children, only 25 say they're happy. That means 75% of them are not happy. 22% of unmarried childish women are happy. That means there's 78% of them that are unhappy. 17% of unmarried women with...
What are the other options there? That's not necessarily true. Like, it could be, I'm content. It could be better. Yes, I am unhappy. Like, there's a lot of discrepancy there. There's a middle ground. You're talking on a spectrum here, buddy.
Children say that they're happy. So that means 83% of the women in that category are unhappy. Does that change the 40% that are happy? Because the most happy category is married with children. Well, most of them are unhappy. Yeah. Most people are unhappy, period.
God, this guy's such a miserable fuck. Thinking Sabercat, why is this guy out of breath on such a low energy exercise? It takes a lot of energy to be a spiteful dickhead, turns out. Like, yeah, what a.
Now that we have that context, because here's the thing. Am I saying if you got married and you had kids, you'd be happy, you're done? No, you prideful sinner. You got to come here and get ripped in the face so you change to become better. Then you'll find some joy. What I'm saying is this.
No.
Like what I just said, that is a scientific. Those numbers vary a little, but that's true through many studies. Guess what? Most people are unhappy human beings. You sinners. But here's the thing. If you focus on one truth, like only 40% of marriages are women are happy, and you're like, why aren't you talking about men? Men are even lower in all categories. Men are more unhappy than women. But it's the same trend. So if you have kids and you get unmarried, you are the most unhappy people in the world, minus very few exceptions. And guess what? Not a lot of you probably want to play with your life because you ain't fixing that. Many women have now pursued a career. Guess what? Growing number of very unhappy women. And what I'm trying to tell you is this. If you live the biblical way, you're going to have the most success in life. And if you have an unhappy life...
Now, note, the biblical way is essentially a bang made for him. Like, that's what he believes women should be. Like, you stay home, you take care of kids. That's all you do. You are completely at the behest of your kid. Yeah, also, what did you do in Brady's chat?
Sit down with you, talk to you, and find out the sin God probably told you not to do that you need to work on. It could be lying, stealing, covetousness. Those are fairly common. Drunkenness, whoremongering. Because, yeah, I mean, it's very clear, hey, having an open relationship is pretty much a guaranteed way to ruin everything in your life.
Oh, no.
I just think it's so fun. Yeah, novelty runs off and trust does not rebuild. Trust should rebuild, but you know once trust has been destroyed...
That does sound like Brady.
That foundation is hard to fix.
Open relationship will destroy your life. I'm in 4 open relationships. I'm good, baby. I'm all right.
Broken them in such a way that they can't ever be satisfied. So all I'm trying to say is this. Hey, the Bible says the marriage is pure. Stay with one partner. Science says you want the most chance to be happy. You stay married. You go to the wedding pure. That's your class. You don't need any more education. And here's the thing. Society has literally destroyed our population. Because guess what? Most people don't breed.
Society has literally destroyed our population.
Pride literally tries to destroy is the nuclear family, the family. That's actually the end goal.
Yeah. Oh shit!
Remember when this conspiracy?
Fuck! Remember when this was about gay people? Holy fuck! Okay, sorry. Let's keep going.
The entire purpose of this is destroy the family, which is the stated goal. Whether you say the communists, the gay movement from the '60s.
What?
To destroy the family.
When did communists come into that?
In Psalms 127, it literally says, "Lo, children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is the reward. An arrow are in the hand of the mighty man, so are children of their youth. Happy is the man that hath his quiver full of them. They shall not be ashamed, but they shall speak with the enemies, and they get."
Oh, damn.
Pride focuses so much, on just perversion and all that. And science just shows, literally, it's the way to ruin your life. But here's the end goal. They always say,
God, he needs to get his neck checked out.
He's
like tweaking.
And hey, many of you know my example. I mean, I'm not technically an orphan, but most people consider me more orphan than many.
That explains
basically make the church
so much. Oh my gosh, that
so I'm not saying you
explains a
can't
lot.
recover from this, but here's the thing. People are now, because they don't have children, well, why do they stay together? People break up. They don't make connections. And people replace family with cats, family with blogs.
Here we go, and just hating
social media,
women.
That's probably the more active term.
Like he's just going to hate on cat women.
And be like, well, I have this group online. Well, here's the thing. You know what causes the primary thing to say, are you depressed and are you not happy and is your life unfulfilling? All studies show. And if you just want to find someone that is basically had a bad upbringing, they're almost, I don't want to use Calvinist terms of predestined, but that's the way they try to say. They're more likely to have a criminal life. They're going to likely to fail in school. They're not likely to make it in a career. They're not likely to succeed in society. They don't have traditional family of relatives and people that know them. And this is irregardless whether they view that family aligns with their thoughts.
Irregardless. Not a word.
Because you know what? Everyone has that Thanksgiving or Easter story where they always see Uncle and boy, God, we're going to talk about that thing again. But people that have family, they show, hey, they help you cope with stress. How is that? Well, they're there. And sadly, probably no one in this church, but you have someone who's there. Our society is getting so isolated because people live on their phones. I mean, I think there was 2 people I talked today. I knocked on their door. I am sure I'm the only human being they will engage with today. They didn't even talk to me, but you can tell. You can tell that they don't have connection. And when you don't have connection with people, and I don't mean like I'm sad today, and there's 3 hearts and a couple emojis I don't understand, and you go, guess what? That's not support. A few people you've never met in your life.
Battling Pie, thank you for
is not
following.
support. And guess what? Eventually that group will disband. People will just find other groups and all that, and you'll be left with nothing.
I mean, holographic Jo, he's not into. No, he is wrong, because what he is trying to say is that like nothing on the internet means anything, and none of it is real, and none of those people actually mean anything. Which, like, yeah, you're going to find people who come in and out of your life and your internet experience over time, but you can also find legitimate friends, real connections, people that you can like hang out with and become good friends with. Like, you absolutely can. He wouldn't say that you can, but you can. Like, it's so fucking like self-evident.
Raise 12 kids, you'll probably never be alone. It'll actually be impossible, because as soon as you think you're done, grandbabies come.
Sounds fucking.
And let me tell you, big family grandmas are the happiest old people I have ever met. And if you just did God's way,
hey, Robo,
and I'm not here to be an example. I'm the example of what not to do with your life.
You no shit.
I did what the world said would bring me happiness. My quiver may get fuller, but it will never be a big quiver. I guess. I mean, unless some of the patriarchs kept going until they're like their 80s, but have patience on if that's how the Lord blesses my wife. But
Jesus.
Here's the thing. A strong family will actually lengthen your life. This one's not too hard for me to understand.
Remember when this was about gay people?
Guaranteedly kill the elderly? Being alone. Because you're never going to get along with all your friends, all your church members. On astray. Is that hard to understand? I couldn't find Veggie Family Connections, a study on that, because I think this is such a new concept. I'm sure they'll be like you watch Veggie Tales one too many times, I guess, And here's the thing is,
I skipped ahead now. I don't know what he's talking about.
But at least have a family. Be like, I don't need no man. I got some cacti.
Bad stand-up routine.
Failed
comedian strikes again.
We're mostly miserable. That's just like our natural sense. And hey, you can read that. God was in Israel's presence, and what did everyone do?
I don't think, maybe for him, the natural state is to be fucking miserable. I don't feel that way. My natural state is to be, happy and content and find wonder in the world and go read shit and marvel at the creativity of other people. The idea that, everybody's just miserable all the time is so fucking, dour, dude.
We got infinite, great-tasting food from heaven. Well, I'd like some meat. Sounds like my wife. But it doesn't matter. It's everything's handed to us. And here's the thing. Understand this, and you will understand your life, and you will live happier. You're a miserable person that's sinful and wants more than you'll ever have. But the best thing you can do is just do what the Bible tells you to do and have the wisdom to understand. That is the best you can do.
That's not, though.
That is the best you can do. The Lord has set you up. He has given your commandments not for a burden upon you, but for a blessing.
Blue Heartless super chat $10. Great stream. I've been hoping to ask, what news sources do you recommend? I don't know. I really aggregate my news between everything. I wouldn't it's hard to say okay, I recommend getting news from because it's not CNN, MSNBC, NBC, the Washington Times, New York Times, not Washington Times, sorry. The Wall Street Journal, New York Times, those are all really interchangeable to me. When I go and look stuff up, I know that the reporting is probably going to be at least competent. It will be able to point me towards other sources that I can continue to investigate. National Geographic is less National Geographic does have news, but that's more interest pieces, I guess. Unicorn Riot is really good for really based stuff. Ground News I've heard is pretty good. Washington Post, that's another one that is in that list. I feel like when it comes to news and stuff, like I am on Twitter, you know, so and being in a political space, I always just have, like, if something happens, 1,000 people are going to tweet about it. Like, so I know, like when the SCOTUS decision came down this morning, I didn't see a headline on it. I didn't see a news article. I saw a bunch of people talking about the Supreme Court. And so I was like, okay, like, so just keeping an ear to the ground part of the time is also a thing. But then also talking about like wider issues and going on in political spaces, I do recommend like keeping up to date with political podcasts. Like I relatively keep up to date with like I've talked about them before, but Knowledge Fight, QAnon Anonymous, It Could Happen Here, fucking God, I'm so hungry. It's affecting how my brain is working. Thinking Sabercat, actually the better question is, what is the best for fact checking? I mean, like, you can always like, if there's something specifically you want to fact check, just Google that and fact check. Odds are Snopes or PolitiFact or something around there will have the fact check. However, those are not, like, I always find it best to try and check your own facts if you can, right? Like, always, oh yeah, some more news, and even more news are like naturally very good. Like, if you can fact check on your own, if you can go and even if you go to Snopes for a fact check, go and look into those sources on your own, like, just to make sure they're saying what they are saying. That way you're not just regurgitating, being like, oh, well, this is the fact of this, and you can actually go and look up what's being said, and that way you can, you know, formulate your own opinion on it. So fact checking is something that I try and do as much of that on my own as I can, which, you know, sometimes that involves reading through like scientific papers and stuff and reading through boring shit, but that is the price to pay to yeah, Robert Evans does great work too. That is the price to pay to stay educated, to stay ready. All right, y'all. It is about 4 Behind the Bastards. I used to listen to Behind the Bastards a lot. I just kind of fell off of it. I need to go back to it because it is a extremely well put together podcast for sure. God dang, we got 160 y'all over on Twitch. Let's go. Okay. Bratty Sucky Boy is playing the Elden Ring DLC. Do we want to do Elden Ring DLC, or do we want to go over to Riverboat Jack, who is talking about the Supreme Court decision? And it might be a little bit doomer posty. Do we want? All right, we'll go raid Bratty. Everybody wants to raid Bratty, I guess. To that. And go show them some love, go give them some support, and say hi. And thank you all so much for a wonderful night. I need to go get some food. And yeah, y'all have a good rest of your night. And thank you all for being here and for an unbelievable year. I can't believe I've been doing this a year, but here's to many, many more.